and welcome to the Rob Burgess Show. I'm, of course, your host, Rob Burgess. On this, our 249th episode, our returning guest is Jonathan Fowler. Jonathan is the all-time most frequent guest of the Rob Burgess Show and has appeared on dozens of episodes. For a complete list, check the show notes. Jonathan graduated with a BA in History from Indiana University in 2006. He is an unabashed left-wing political junkie. He has lived and worked in South Korea for over 9 years, trying to help the citizens of that great nation, hopefully, talk pretty one day. Near the end of the episode, I mentioned my new weekly Substack newsletter, which you can subscribe to at https://therobburgessshow.substack.com. And now on to the show.
Okay, so the 2024 debate.
If you can call it that.
Yeah. Kind of a disaster.
Yeah. Kind of feel like the only person that this was good for was Donald Trump. I don't feel like anyone else in the country benefited from this, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's, I think it's interesting that we're seeing that, the way that Joe Biden may be operating. I mean, I think there's a couple of other possible explanations for his performance, possibly, but the fact that this is maybe how he operates, it may be good for the American people to see to some degree that, he is not, a lot of excuses have been made for his public statements that aren't very polished and everything. And, he's much better in private. And when I deal with him, I can barely keep up, and, all these kinds of excuses we hear, but it's like, maybe not, when he's off a teleprompter, when he's, dealing with an aggressive questioner or something like that, where he's getting pushback, it may be that this is just how he is all the time, basically. So.
Yeah, I've heard the excuse, from, the middle of the day, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., he's sharp as a tack. And it's like, well, good thing that's the only time when world events happen, right? Between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., there's nothing else that ever happens outside of those hours. So. Yeah,
this is the gerontocracy type of thing where we're dealing with, we've had, I think it's a major problem in probably both parties, but especially in the Democratic Party here, where we've got, the Supreme Court, we had, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who, stayed in until she died in office. And then we had Dianne Feinstein out in California, stayed in, propped up like a zombie until she died in office. And, it seems like they're determined to do the same thing with Joe Biden, basically,
Yeah.
And it's, and there were a lot of excuses, in 2016, we wanted Bernie. They said, how about Hillary? We got Trump. Mm-hmm. In 2020, we said, we want Bernie. They said, well, what about if we have Klobuchar and Buttigieg drop out and support Biden, and we'll give you Biden. And it's like, now we're maybe going to get Trump again. And there was a lot of excuses about, Bernie Sanders is almost as old as Biden. And it's like, yeah, but Bernie Sanders doesn't act like Biden. He's not incoherent. He knows where he is at any time of the day, basically. It's like, it's, there's this kind of, and then, there's all these things about, the American people want term limits on everything now. I don't think there need to be term limits, but I think that there need to be legitimate cognitive ability tests, not like the kind that Donald Trump is so, proud that he passed. I think a good judge of a cognitive test is if it allows a person like Donald Trump to be ruled, sane and coherent, then it's not an effective test, basically. So,
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, Bernie's old, of course, compared to you and I, but I can't see him saying something like we defeated Medicare or whatever that one line was that I'm sure we'll get to. And he seems fairly on the ball compared to Biden. But I do think it's a little bit of a bipartisan problem of the gerontocracy. Of course, there's Mitch McConnell.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're on a path to finishing the NDA this week. It's been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
you could point to who had that famous moment of freezing at the podium there.
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you.
That's okay. What are your thoughts on running for re-election in 2026?
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
That's
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
yes.
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator Benny.
Yep.
Head outside, sorry. Come with us. Okay.
Somebody else have a question? Please speak up.
And, if you want to reach a few years back, Strom Thurmond stayed in until I think he was over 100 when he finally let go of power through the icy hand of death. So.
Yeah, it is a problem, but right now I think it's most acute on the Democratic side, and with unfortunately, Mitch McConnell was largely effective until I don't even know where he is right now exactly. He's not the majority leader exactly anymore. So, but he remained basically effective one way or another. So, I think there's a problem with age when a person is no longer effective, and you get a bunch of cheerleaders on the team who say no, he's doing it. Like they had after this debacle of a debate, the next day they had like Jill Biden out there on the stump with her husband, like trying to cheer him up, and you answered all the questions.
I can't thank you all enough for staying and for being here and for all your support. Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lied! Yes.
And, get the whole crowd to chant and everything. And it's just like, it's very, very disingenuous and very just, trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes about these people's actual capabilities. So.
And I think the comparison to RBG is very apt because it's like, these people view these positions as like a lifetime achievement award, not like, we need to be on the ball and in the fight all the time and be ready for anything. It's more like, here, it's the prize for you being in politics for however many decades. Here, congratulations.
Your turn.
Yeah, your turn. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's got to stop. It's got to be. We've got to get to being effective. And with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, like the thing was, she wanted to wait until Hillary was the president so she could be replaced with a woman by the first woman president. It's just like we can't play around with these culture war kind of representation type of, because the effect was basically we lost Roe versus Wade, right? Like, I mean, that's her legacy now. So
I know, right? Pretty tarnished.
We've talked before, like, if I'd been getting cancer since 1999, I wouldn't think that I had much wiggle room about my health to be able to last a given 4 more years, in any given time or whatever. Like, I mean, it was just so, I think we've talked about it before, but I think it was the height of irresponsibility. So.
Yeah, 2009, I believe, didn't Obama ask her to step aside and she staunchly refused, or do I remember a meeting like that?
I don't remember the year, but yeah, I think she rebuked. But, like we're already hearing about which Republicans are going to step down from the Supreme Court if Trump comes back in. These guys, it's a well-oiled machine over there. They, there's not a lot of pride in it. They're like, no, I want to continue the movement here. So I'll step down, put somebody in 40 years younger than me, and let's do it for another couple decades. So.
Absolutely. No, Thomas and Alito are going to retire the day after Trump gets reelected. And they're going to be replaced by conservative toddlers that are going to have like however many years on the bench after that. So I don't know. Yeah, it's just it's like a pride thing, and it really has to stop, because you're right. The Republicans have been laser focused on these type of things for, decades, and it's bearing fruit for them. So
Yeah. And I think just a couple days ago, the Supreme Court said that regarding Trump's claims of immunity, they said that he may have immunity for things that were done as the president, but not things that were done as a person, like as a private citizen or something, right? Like, and, I think like Biden's kind of bitching and moaning about that. And it's like, Joe Biden, here's what you do. You do some absolutely ridiculously dictatorial. You lock Donald Trump up in prison tomorrow. You say, hey, sorry, that was as a president. I did that act as a president. So you can't, at the very worst, you're going to force a reconsideration from the Supreme Court. I think, if you can do whatever you want as president, it's never, if there's no such thing as a crime by a president when he's acting in the capacity as a president, I don't know, like stack the court, do some other things, like get in there, do some things that the Democrats don't want to do because they feel like they've got to be the responsible, model for good behavior for these Republicans who refuse to learn. So it's like, take advantage of this. If the Supreme Court says the president can do whatever they want as president, then do whatever you want,
Yeah, that would be dare to dream, but I don't think that's probably going to happen, because like you said, they think it's their job to be a good example. So
yeah. Okay. So well, let's see. I've been kind of going back over my notes. I got to about page 22 out of 38, but I think I got a little bit more context on a couple of the things that I wanted to kind of go over a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah. So what did you want to say about the format to start with, though? How did you feel about the CNN format here?
Well, okay. Well, let's see. The format, they talk about the format a little bit, but basically, like, I guess there was a coin flip and they got to decide a couple of things off the bat based on that coin flip, right? And basically, from what I understand, Joe Biden won the coin flip and he got to decide whether he could choose which side of the stage he was going to be positioned on, or he could choose whether he wanted to go first or last, or whether he wanted to have the last word, basically. And from what I understand, he chose to put himself on the right side of the stage and let Trump have the last word, which is a really bizarre, like, what, is your left side of the face that's your good side or something? You really care? I mean, I don't know what the thought there was. Like, I don't understand that really. Like, why in the world would you let Donald Trump have the last word? Like, that seems like the worst idea. So, and I think it worked out that way. I think the last words of the debate from either candidate was Donald Trump saying, "I'm going to make America great again." He got his campaign slogan off right at the end. So, mission not accomplished for Democrats.
No, not at all. Yeah, but what do you think about the muting the microphones in between when the other person's talking?
I think that's gotten a lot of criticism, and because, well, I think for a couple of reasons. I think Donald Trump doesn't look like an unhinged, crazy person when he's not talking over everybody. But at the same time, like, I'm not so sure that it was a bad thing in a way, because as incoherent as Biden was, I think if you had Donald Trump interrupting him and talking over him, I think he would have been even worse. So I'm not so, we don't have a counterfactual, but like, I'm not so sure that was a bad thing. Although a lot of people seem to have concluded that, muting the mics when the other person's not talking was a terrible blow to Biden or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was actually a okay development. And the other thing that, the no studio audience too, I thought that was good, actually. I don't like it when there's like supporters cheering for every utterance in the crowd. I'm not into it. Yeah,
I think that can really give a very, because they have to have like something approaching like equal numbers for each side.
Yeah.
And so Republicans are going to cheer for everything, even controversial stuff that Trump says, which could give the viewing audience at home the idea that there's more support for some of these crazy things than there actually is. So it's, I don't like that. So I thought that was, better. But at the same time, like people are saying now, this is basically the worst political debate in history, basically. So
I'd have to.
I don't know.
One thing that I heard was that Trump wouldn't agree to debate if there was fact checking, which the lack of fact checking was, I think, the worst part of this debate. The moderators, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, to their credit somewhat, I will say that they did often re-ask questions when they weren't initially answered. They didn't do it every time. There were definitely some that got away. But there was absolutely no fact checking at all, and that was terrible. And basically it just leaves, feeble Joe Biden to weekly, try to pick and choose, a few of the lies, because you can't address every single one of Trump's lies. I mean, it's a torrent. And there's no way that he could keep up with the amount of misinformation he was spewing. So it's like when someone does that, it just looks political to the average viewer, because they're like, oh, well, this guy says this and this guy says this. I don't know what to believe. But it's like you have two journalists sitting there doing nothing, and you could, why not have like a tape delay and have a room full of fact checkers put up chyrons under the screen every time a candidate makes an utterance. Just research with verifiable sourcing every single time someone says something on either side and tell us if it's true or not. Because candidates shouldn't have to the other candidate shouldn't have to fact check. If you're not going to have the journalist in the room do it, somebody's got to do it, or everyone at home is just hearing these lies and just assuming they're true because no one's calling them on it. So
yeah, well, I'm not sure that the people who are moderating the debate are really in a position to be able to fact check, because, a lot of fact checks, there's part of the statement will be a lie. It'll be, there'll be some of it based in truth. Some of it will be a lie, and you've got to differentiate. And some of it's an opinion. Some of the stuff is opinion based stuff too. And it's like, the opinion may seem wrong, or the opinion may be based on the wrong thing, but it looks like you're disagreeing with somebody's honest opinion or something. So, and, fact checkers, I don't know. I mean, you've got the stuff on Twitter where they put a note under controversial things that people say, where other people add context or something, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I don't know. I mean, I think the other people would say that it's Joe Biden's job to refute the lies, but it is true. Like when you're dealing with, that's like trying to drink from a fire hose, basically, right? It's a fool's errand to try to fact check Trump on everything.
Yeah, well, it's a technique that I learned about called the Gish Gallop. And basically, it's just where if you're in a debate, it's when one side attempts to overwhelm the opponent by just spewing an excessive number of arguments with no regard to how accurate they are. And it's like you can't possibly address every single one. And that's exactly how Trump operates. And it's how he overwhelms people. It's like you can't even it's like, which lie do I pick to refute this time? It's like I can't even keep up. So
yeah. And well, frankly, Joe Biden had some lies in there too, actually.
Well, sure, so absolutely. I'm not going to say he was 100% on everything.
It was a wild debate. So, well, anyway, so this was the CNN debate on June 28th, 2024 in Atlanta, Georgia, I guess at CNN Studios, with Jake Tapper and Dana Bash hosting. Okay, well, let's see. They talked about, the rule. Yeah, we talked about the rules, some of the rules of the debate and stuff. All right. So, well, their first topic was, what do you think their first topic should have been? If you're hosting this debate, what topics do you lead with?
I mean, I think inflation was probably as good a place to start as any. I mean, that's what they went with. I don't think that's an unreasonable place to start. It's probably something that people are talking about, But I mean, there's a lot of directions you could have gone with that first one. But what do you think?
I think if they were going to start with Trump, they should have started with the fact that he's a convicted felon and a adjudicated rapist.
Yeah.
And if they were going to start with Biden, they should have started with the fact that the Israel-Palestine conflict is tearing his coalition apart.
Yeah.
And ongoing.
For sure.
But they started with inflation. As I understand it, inflation in America is lower in a lot of cases than many other countries that are also dealing with inflation. So, But, this is one of those things where they're going to say, like, the American people care about the economy and yada, yada, yada. And sure, that's all true, I guess. But I don't know. I think when it comes to, the most pressing issues for these two candidates, I think those are the two that are, that are animating opposition to both of them. In each case, I do think it's ridiculous that they didn't bring up Trump's legal issues until much later, really. So, and I think, this is unprecedented, having a person running for president who's a convicted felon. So I think that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah. They do start with the inflation. Yeah.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do was try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, he got $2 trillion tax cut, benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
But tariffs on Chinese goods would absolutely hit the consumers in America first.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was thinking Biden's response probably should have been, you want to put a 10% tariff on all things coming from China. What are you going to tell the American people when they're paying an extra 10% for an iPhone from China, right? Mm-hmm. And you want to talk about inflation, add another $100 or two to your iPhone prices. That's the most basic thing. That's just one example of something we get from China that, if you everything is made in China. A lot of things are made in China, right? So it's and it's going to hit the consumers.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually, theoretically, China would be upset about it, and they might do something to kind of get rid of it, maybe. But in the meantime, it's going to be the American people suffering. So.
Yeah. Conveniently leaving that part out.
Yeah. Trump talked about, as far as Afghanistan is concerned, again, I don't know why this is their first beginning part of the debate. And so they're cramming a lot of stuff together in this section, even though it's supposed to be about inflation. He talks about, as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got it out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life. I think Biden was following Trump's exit strategy, basically. So,
yeah,
it's really easy to say that's the very easy thing that Trump can do, is anything that Biden does that doesn't go perfectly, he can just say, I would have done it better. He doesn't have to say how. He doesn't have to say he didn't do it. So he can always say, I would have done it better. The war in Ukraine wouldn't have happened. It didn't happen when I was president. It wouldn't have happened if I were president.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't prove that. So, but it's you're making what actually happened kind of the enemy of the perfect, ideal situation, which you have no evidence that that's how it would have gone down. So, yeah.
Right. Well, it's interesting because this is the first debate that we've ever had between a former president and a current president.
Yeah, they both got a record.
Yeah. So, but you're right, though, in that Trump gets to kind of play it both ways in that, my administration was so great, but the last 4 years have been bad, and I had nothing to do with that. Nothing I did affected that. So,
yeah, everything went magically wrong the day that Joe Biden came in.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why I think government needs more history majors, basically.
Would be helpful.
Because too many people have majored in degrees, I think, and specialties that don't involve a lot of context.
Mm-hmm.
They look at things in a very isolated way sometimes. But yeah. Let's see. He goes on. Trump also asked, like, again, he's continuing this conversation. He says, I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country. I'm thinking, like, this isn't happening. I don't think there's any evidence this is happening. And it just sounds like Trump has watched Scarface recently or something, and he's like talking about Tony Montana or something, right?
Does seem to live in the 1980s, that's for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Biden talks about. Well, okay. Tapper reminds him, President Trump, we will get back to immigration later in this block. Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt. And this is where Biden starts mixing up some numbers here. He says, for example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raised $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. Again, like, this is, what are we talking about here? Like, okay, 8.2, 24, 25, 500 million, 500 billion, 10-year period. Like, I hate Democrats. Like, I don't want to do a math problem to figure out, this kind of, that worth it? Is 500 million? I mean, billion, is that a lot in 10 years? 25% up from 28.2, or is it 20? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, I want to raise taxes on the billionaires, sure, but like, I don't know. One thing I think is that I think that Biden was probably over prepared for this debate. I think they tried to jam too many numbers and factoids in his head, and it all got mixed and mushed together. And I think that's also something that results in people trying to, insert factoids about unrelated topics when they should be talking about a different topic, right? Like, so they're talking about inflation, but they start talking about Afghanistan, or they start talking about immigration or something.
Yeah.
Because they've just got so many facts in their head, and they're like, I need to mention this, I need to say this, and it's in my head right now, I want to say it now, just get it out of the way, and it just becomes very incoherent. So
right. Yeah. There was a lot of answering the question you wish you were asked and not answering the question that you were actually asked in this debate. So
yeah, there were a couple of times later in the debate where somebody does get brought back to the question originally, and whether they answer it or not. Sometimes they get brought back a couple times, and sometimes they just drop it and they let it go, and they never try to come back to that question. So I especially noticed some of these tics that Joe Biden has, like these verbal tics. Like, whenever he starts listing stuff, he goes like, number one, and I'm like, oh man, I like cringe every time he does that, because I'm like, is he gonna remember number 2 and 3? Like, I don't know. We're setting ourselves up here. Are we gonna stick this landing? Like, yeah.
First of all, and then like he definitely leans on the phrase, the idea that, you know what I mean, like that one term he keeps coming back to. I'm like, dude, get a new phrase, get a new catchphrase.
Yeah. It sounds slightly pearl clutchy. Yeah.
I pause and whisper.
Yeah. See, well, anyways, this is about, so right after talking about these numbers and mixing up the numbers, Biden has his first major fuck up of the night. He continues after talking about the 24, 25, 8.2, 500 million billion 10-year period. He says, we'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, childcare, elder care, making sure that we can continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare, thank you, President Biden. President Trump. It's like, bravo.
The plane has crashed into the mountain at this point.
Yeah, not good. And I, you could see from his face he knew it was not good, but he's frozen and paused and just like, ugh. So his mouth is agape and everything, which happens a lot throughout this thing. So
not good.
And then President Trump responds, well, he's right. He did beat Medicaid. He beat it to death. Okay, well, he didn't say Medicare. Medicaid. He said Medicare. Mm-hmm. And to be fair, I had to look up the difference of these things. Medicare is for people who are 65 and older. Medicaid is for the poor, the underprivileged in society.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm
Biden,
sure Trump is against both of them, but
yeah, I mean, to be fair, I had to look it up. But to be fair, these people are both presidents, so they should be pretty clear about what they're talking about here. And they're both over 65, so they really should know.
If anyone should know.
Yeah, if anybody told Trump he was on Medicaid, he'd be like, "What the hell are you talking about? I'm not poor. I'm a senior citizen." So yeah, he should know. He beat it to death. He's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in and they're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. Okay, all these people are coming in. So now he's talking about immigration. They're putting them on Medicare. So Trump is implying.
I'm pretty sure they're not eligible for government programs like that. You think you need like a Social Security number to start with, right? To get that.
Well, Trump's talking about immigrants coming in and being put on Medicare, which is for people 65 and older. Most of the immigrants coming in are coming in for work. They're not over 65, right?
Right.
So it's incoherent, even if you believed it was plausible that they were being put on any kind of government program. My understanding is that the illegal immigrants, pay into a lot of government programs that they are not able to take advantage of.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and including Social Security. They pay into Social Security. They don't get Social Security. Trump says this man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence, and it's a shame. Now, so I did some extra I looked into this a little bit more, and what Biden has tried to do is to make it so that DACA, I guess 530 million dreamers have access to Obamacare.
It couldn't be 530 million.
Oh, well, I don't know. What do you think it is then?
Oh, you said 530 million dreamers.
How many dreamers are there then? I thought that's what I saw in the article.
Well, that'd be more than the population of America.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Hold on. 530,000. 500,000. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, Joe Biden.
We destroyed Medicare. Yeah, that probably would do it. That would do it.
That would do it. 130 million dreamers would be a lot. That really would.
We don't have enough workers paying in. They're all takers, no givers.
Right. More of them. Yeah, no, that 530,000 sounds right. Yeah, it is 530,000.
So again, this is kind of like hiding the ball or something. Like if you want to say that the dreamers, the children born to illegal immigrant parents who are technically being illegally inside America, but don't have any choice in the matter, are kids. If you want to say that they shouldn't have medical benefits, then say that. Then don't say the other thing. It's incredibly disingenuous. Which, this is a Republican politician. Why am I calling disingenuousness?
But Republicans do this all the time, and he does it later in the debate too with the abortion thing, where they'll describe an issue, but they won't actually go into the details of it, just leaving you to imagine the worst possible scenario. Because it's
I've made a note about that, about hiding the ball on late-term abortion.
Yeah,
too.
We'll get to that later.
Within the first 6 weeks, it's okay, but like late term is not okay. But I'm for the health of the mother. Motherfucker, the health of the mother doesn't come up in the first 6 weeks. It comes up late term. That's why there's late term abortion.
I know.
So
And the same thing happened when Republicans were trying to defend Trump on his criminal charges. Well, they'll be like, oh man, he'll get you for anything now, and it's like, conspiracy. You can't have a conversation with your friends anymore. What? It's like they'll describe the thing in the most general terms and not go in. Whereas if you actually described in detail what we're talking about here, it'd be like, oh, okay, well that's different than what you're trying to say.
Yeah. And I mean, the maddening thing is this is debate, and yet they don't ever really get down to the details, right? They're talking past to each other. They ignore these things, and the moderators don't ask like clarifying questions like, Joe Biden's talking about the Dreamers, not all immigrants. Trump, what do you say to that? And he's like, no, well, he wants to give it to all of them or so. I don't know what he would say, probably something like that. But anyways, it's another example here. He said, Trump continues, what's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries. I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. We're doing what we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. And I was thinking, like, okay, well, number one, we weren't very well respected under Trump, but number two, a lot of that sounds like Israel with Netanyahu. We're doing everything for the guy, and we get no respect. Joe Biden gets, thank you, sir. Can I have another? Again and again and again. So, anyways, then we moved on to abortion, I believe. Did you have anything else on quote unquote inflation being the first topic here?
Oh, that was the topic we were talking
That was our topic. Yeah, we've run the gamut: foreign policy, immigration, domestic policy, healthcare, poverty.
It's hard to say they lost
abortion.
Control. We've veered so far off course with in so few questions. So that's pretty good on that. No, abortion. Oy vey. This was bad.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
We're getting into this. So this is, this is going to be also frustrating. Trump was lying ridiculously about all this stuff, of course, as is his wont. He said, and at one point he said, and what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe versus Wade and moving it back to the states. That is something that everybody wanted. Just ridiculous.
Yes, everyone.
I put 3 great Supreme Court justices who all lied about what they were going to do about Roe versus Wade, and they happened to do this thing that we all knew that they were going to do, and everybody wanted it to go back to the states. Everybody wanted states' rights. This is something Democrats frequently say.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous. So, let's see. And then he gets into some things. Then Trump gets into some things. He said, like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I'm a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that, but I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't follow your heart, but you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things, you got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of the child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. If you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what to do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on the issue. It's been a great thing. Dana Bash says, thank you. President Biden. Just ponder the incoherence here. We wanted to send it back to the states. Everybody in America wanted to send it back to the states. The governor of Virginia wanted to kill babies after they were born, but we wanted to send it back to the states like Virginia. Does that make sense? Why, if you honestly believe that that's what Virginia was going to do, why in the world would you trust Virginia to administer abortion? It's illogical. It's incoherent. It's ridiculous. It's lies. So, yeah. And frankly, I think Biden kind of had a strong response to this. He said, again, his tone was weird. It's not strong tone and weak voice, mumbly and all the, et cetera. Tone was not great. But he said, it's been a terrible thing what they've done. The fact is the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, and it's a little rambling. This idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the states should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. Okay, so a doctor is automatically a male. Okay. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. I thought that was kind of a strong point, actually.
That's exactly what they want to do, though. So,
yeah. He says, look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who was just murdered, and Trump, went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in and inaudible, talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous. And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross straight lines. Dana Bash, thank you. So this is where he lost control of his rock and roll. This is the second major incident, I think. Why in the world was Biden pivoting from abortion, an issue that Democrats are very strong on, to immigration and criminals and rapists, which is basically a Donald Trump only talking point, and where Democrats are perceived as weak on the border? Why in the world would he, unprompted, why would he go to that without being prompted even by Trump or by the moderators to bring up immigration? Right. And mention that, Trump had gone to some girl's funeral somewhere. This is political malpractice, right?
Yeah. Ridiculous. Well, to go back to the point on the governor of Virginia, I did want to insert, and I'll go back and do this, the clip of what actually was said. It was a hypothetical example, and it was to do with if there was severe deformities and there's no chance of survival, which apparently only 1% of abortions are performed after 21 weeks. And they're in the cases where there's no viability for the child, or the life of the mother is in danger. So again, I want to make that real clear, because this is a point that Republicans never stop bringing up, and I think it even gets brought up again later on in the debate.
Let's turn back to NBC4's Julie Carey.
And governors, you know, the issue of abortion rights emerges every year in the General Assembly session. This year, no exception. There was a very contentious committee hearing yesterday when Fairfax County Delegate Kathy Tran made her case for lifting restrictions on third trimester abortions, as well as other restrictions now in place. And she was pressed by a Republican delegate about whether her bill would permit an abortion even as a woman is essentially dilating, ready to give birth. And she answered that it would permit an abortion at that stage of labor. Do you support her measure, and explain her answer?
Yeah, and I wasn't there, Julie, and I certainly can't speak for Delegate Tran, but I would tell you, first thing I would say is this is why decisions such as this should be made by providers, physicians, and the mothers and fathers that are involved. There are, when we talk about third trimester abortions, these are done with the consent of obviously the mother, with the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way. And it's done in cases where there may be severe deformities, there may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother. So I think this was really blown out of proportion. But again, we want the government not to be involved in these types of decisions. We want the decision to be made by the mothers and their providers. And this is why, Julie, that legislators, most of whom are men, by the way, shouldn't be telling a woman what she should and shouldn't be doing with her body.
And do you think multiple physicians should have to weigh in, as is currently required? She's trying to lift that requirement.
Well, I think it's always good to get a second opinion, and for at least two providers to be involved in that decision, because these decisions shouldn't be taken lightly. And so, I would certainly support more than one provider.
So I just want to make sure we set that record straight, since CNN's not willing to fact check about this. So.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's pretty maddening, and
but you're right. I mean, to go back to what you're saying about Biden, though, like, why would you steer it back there? This is probably the one issue where Democrats have been successful at the polls lately. If you look at statewide races since Roe has been overturned, I mean, they couldn't even sell abortion ban in Kansas after this, and that should tell you something about where the Democrats need to be putting their efforts. And so I feel like, if anything, he needs to be steering other questions back to abortion instead of veering the abortion question to immigration.
Yeah, that is. I think it would be, if I were a reporter doing an unscripted interview with Biden after this debate, I would ask him, like, why did you bring that up? Like, what was the thought process there? What were you even thinking? That's, I just, like, it's incomprehensible almost.
Yeah.
Maybe this is another thing where he's overprepared. He thinks Trump's going to bring up this funeral he went to, although I'm not sure that Trump even did bring it up later, but yeah.
Oh, I think he does, but I don't know if he probably was going to, I don't know if he was going to bring it up first, though. I think he does mention it, though, at some point, but.
Okay. Yeah. And then also, the deal, a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, by their brothers and sisters. Okay, I know we're all woke and everything. We got to say anything a man can do, a woman can do better or whatever. But do we really need to talk about women being raped by their sisters and it resulting in pregnancies that require abortions? Is that, I don't know. It's incomprehensible why he mentioned that.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to cover too many bases and accidentally makes himself sound ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm not saying, like, a woman couldn't be raped by her sister, but it would be unusual, I think, and it would certainly never result in a pregnancy. So this is just rambling incoherence that is absurd. Okay, Trump goes in on the immigration thing again. There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women, and it's a terrible thing. Okay. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting, and in many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't, but they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Trump has got he's just got so many like subordinate and coordinating clauses in this sentence. It's just, it becomes incoherent in another way, I think, when he does this kind of run-on situation. But talking about abortion in relation to the founding fathers, but admitting they didn't know about it, but if they did know about it, this is what he thinks they'd think. We've got some, Trump originalism arguments here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Biden goes down below. He says, I supported Roe versus Wade, which had 3 trimesters.
I see what he was doing here, but this didn't turn out well.
No. Yeah, it was incoherent. First time is between a woman and a doctor. Okay, wait. Trimesters. First time is between a woman and a doctor. Second time, does he mean trimester? Second time is between a doctor and an extreme situation. Huh? Third time is between the doctor. I mean, it'd be between the woman and the state. The idea that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about a woman's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. Okay. So he mentions the woman being involved in the first time. I think he means trimester. But in the second trimester, he says a doctor in an extreme situation. He doesn't mention the woman. Third trimester, he mentions the doctor. No, he mentions the woman in the state. Is this supposed to be the ideal situation is between the woman and the state? But then he says the politicians should never be involved. Incoherent.
Like, I think he was trying to do the list thing again, but I think he was trying to be cute by making it a 3-part list that's split into trimesters, but that's the best I can figure. Is that what you took from that? Because I don't know why you would phrase it that way. It's so, I can't even follow the lines of logic there almost.
Yeah, and he's off the talking points too, because the Democratic line is that it's between a woman and her doctor, right? But then he's mixing that up and leaving the woman out, and then he's involving the politicians at times, and it's just it's a horrible answer no matter how you look at it. So yeah. And then he concludes by saying, and if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe versus Wade. And I'm thinking, how? You are, quote unquote, elected right now. Why haven't you done it yet? You can't do it. What do you mean you're going to restore Roe versus Wade? You're not the Supreme Court. Like, how is Biden going to restore Roe versus Wade if he's reelected?
Right. How's it going to be different?
Yeah. And also, Roe versus Wade, from my understanding, was a stopgap. It was basically saying, the government doesn't have a right to get involved in these decisions, whether they're legal or illegal. It's avoiding the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
What Democrats want now is a prescriptive legality for abortion, not a overlooking of the government can't really know, right? So the idea that Democrats don't want Roe versus Wade back. They want legalized abortion for women in every state.
Yeah, well, to bring it back to RBG, I mean, even RBG was critical of the reasoning in Roe, and like you're saying, thought it should have been, based on equal protection grounds, not on privacy grounds,
Yeah.
So it's not as strong a legal argument as it could be.
Yeah, I think the only reason it persisted was because it worked for a very long time, basically, right? You know, It didn't explicitly, make it legal or whatever, but it made it, so that I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it's like, yeah, it was, there's, let sleeping dogs lie, basically, as long as this thing is allowing what needs to happen, there's no reason to expand it or make it, or to try to clarify it, because that brings it into that focuses the attention on it. And when Republicans get focused on this issue, they go crazy in some cases. So, but once it was overturned, it's like, okay, when we get power back, we're going to need to put something much more substantive in place instead of Roe versus Wade. But Biden's like, I'm going to restore Roe versus Wade. I don't think that's the right answer.
No.
Yeah. Okay, Trump responds. So he says, so that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down. Then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen. Democrat or Republican, nobody wants it to happen. Okay, Biden says he's lying. That is simply not true. That Roe versus Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only when the woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion. Period. Okay. So I think Biden was basically correct in that response, and that was probably a decent response. But I would also say, like, I do think Democrats have to be really hard on these conditions. Sometimes I think, like, there's pro-life, there's anti-abortion, there's, whatever, anti-choice, pro-choice. Okay, so I do think pro-choice arguments get a little bit, squishy and weaker when people say, any woman can get an abortion at any time she wants, right up to the 9th month for any reason. She doesn't have to explain, I do think, like, that kind of maximalism is not helpful, because it allows Republicans to make a kind of a straw man of the pro-choice argument. And, you get people like Lena Dunham who made the Girls Show or whatever, who said, like, she wishes she had an abortion or something. And it's like, that is just really not helpful. We've got people saying things like that. It's just like, that really, we do need to emphasize that this kind of stuff does only happen in extreme situations late in the game. It's not an everyday thing. Women aren't just willy-nilly deciding at the 9th month to get an abortion for no reason. It's like there can't be any. We really can't afford to be squishy on that. I don't think so.
Yeah, and well,
that's my opinion.
Meeting extremism with extremism, and it doesn't really allow for reasonable people to latch onto your argument if you're willing to be as, maximalist as you're saying as the other side is, So it's like, if you're not even going to make a coherent argument on it's like, oh yeah, well, it's like, it's not helpful.
Yeah. It's I don't like that kind of arguing, and it's I'm not just talking about abortion issues. I think there's a lot of stuff, I think, with economic stuff as well, I think, or anti-police stuff like that, ACAP and all that stuff. It's just like, or prison abolition or land back, and like, there's a lot of these issues that are really trendy on the left that are never going to happen, but a lot of lefties seem to get a real thrill from taking maximalist positions that are unpopular, absurd, and impossible and ridiculous, actually, to some degree. And then we fight about it, and then the Republicans have a great thing that they can characterize the other side with, a kind of a straw man argument. So
yeah,
it's frustrating.
Totally.
Biden has another messy with his numbers answer again down below. Let's see. For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years. What he's going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans get elected and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative, is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, good. Okay, you'll veto it. But like this squishy with the numbers, like 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. I mean, I don't know. There are many times where Biden starts saying numbers and he just kind of throws out random numbers. It seems like almost at random. So, anyways, I think that was all I had on abortion.
Oh, I think that's all any of them had on abortion. That was ridiculous. Ugh.
Yeah. Next up was immigration and border security, something we've already delved into a couple times here.
Yep.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did, and I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
And this is the first major Biden lie that I found, that I noticed anyways. Biden says, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. And in his response, let's see, Trump says, well, and then he I don't think that's true. That is not true. I think the Border Patrol later came out and said that was not true. They did not endorse Biden. So that's embarrassing.
I think he corrected himself later on that. I think he meant the position, not his candidacy. But yes, he inartfully said that for sure.
Well, if he corrected it, I don't know. I know that Trump corrected him at a certain point.
Well, and not in the debate, but later after the debate. But yes.
That's Bob. That's outside of our permit.
That is
our remit.
Right.
Remit. I think. Right. I don't know. Okay. So, and in continuing this answer, Biden had another one of his major flub moments. This is about 31 minutes in. He said, and I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers. And this is when Tapper goes, President Trump? And Trump says, I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. And Biden's mouth was agape at this point, which is not a good look when you're being called incoherent, basically. Yeah, just word salad. Trump then goes on, look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylums, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world. They're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation. I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to them. Just speak to him. So he says Brandon here, not Biden. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans. So we've got the caravans again. Yeah.
Yeah, I like how he says, I won't say that. And he just said it.
Yeah. He might have been right, though. I honestly, I don't know if the Border Patrol endorsed Trump, but they didn't endorse Biden. And they made a point of saying that. And he's the sitting president. So it's, that's, a lot of people in government wouldn't want to contradict the sitting president, but they're perfectly comfortable to do it. So Biden had kind of an unsteady counterpoint. He said, the only terrorist who has done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed 3 in his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying no terrorist ever got through. Okay, so again, I briefly tried to look up this incident and I couldn't find anything on it offhand, but if I'd had more time, I probably could have found something, but I don't remember the incident, but apparently an Al-Qaeda person came through the border and killed 3 American soldiers in America. I don't, do you know what this incident was offhand?
No, sorry, what is that? What is the incident?
Biden said the only terrorist who has ever done anything crossing the border is the one who came along and killed 3 in his administration.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Yeah,
killed an Al-Qaeda person in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. That's what Biden said. Again, I tried to Google what he was talking about, and it was a quick search, but I couldn't really find anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Okay. But again, I think Biden was very unclear in his words there. And I knew what he was saying and I understood it. But Trump's response suggested that Trump was either, unintentionally or intentionally misunderstanding Biden, what he had said there. So let's see. Trump's response, he said, can I get 1 second? He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just the border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad border, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. Okay. So, again, what Biden had said was that, okay, let me see. So Biden had said something about 1 Al-Qaeda terrorist came in from the southern border under Trump's administration and killed 3 American soldiers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trump interpreted that as saying that the Trump administration killed 3 people. I don't know how he made that jump. It's bizarre. And then he talks about the 3 people that he killed, but he only mentions 2, al-Baghdadi and Soleimani from Iran. I don't know. But again, what Biden had said, to come back to a third time, he said, the only terrorist who has ever done anything crossing the border is the one who came along and killed 3 in his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. So again, because Joe Biden was completely incoherent with what he was saying here, I understood what he meant, I think. But it sounds like he's saying there was an Al-Qaeda person in Trump's administration who killed 3 soldiers in America, and Trump went with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think who was killed and by whom is getting a little bit muddled here between the two.
Yeah, but for Trump to even assume that what Biden was suggesting was that Trump administration officials in Al-Qaeda were killing American soldiers. I mean, Trump loves a good conspiracy theory, but that's pretty far. I mean, that's ridiculous. So, and then when Trump's talking about, Biden's the one that's killed people at the bad border, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying at the border. Maybe over a century. I don't know. Like that's hundreds of thousands. Like I think this is where fact checkers could come in and say, Trump, what do you mean hundreds of thousands of people have died at the border? Like, what do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. Trump then goes on an insane border rant. And because of his ridiculousness, insane and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and we just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. Okay, so he does mention that funeral. This is horrible what's taken place in our country. We're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the border. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're just going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody's been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all the different things that I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing. Jake Tapper, thank you, President Trump.
Thank you so much.
Insanity. So, and like talking about, Biden has undone things that Trump did just because I did them. Like that's always been the charge against him with regards to Obama's policies, right? Like, the Iran deal, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. More projection.
Yep. So Biden response, I think he had reasonably strong response here. Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it, because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. Again, there's some minor stuttering, but we're also living in a situation. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to point out, to back up to your thing about that he said about the choice. That was actually Obama's doing, because that was passed
with Obamacare.
Yeah, well, it was the Veterans Choice Act. It was passed in 2014 under Obama.
Okay, so that was where they don't have to go through the VA; they can go to like private doctors.
But Trump constantly apparently tries to take credit for that, but it was actually Obama that did that. Anyway, go on. I didn't want to let that go without mentioning that.
You didn't build that. Yeah.
Exactly.
So Biden continues. Yeah. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq living next to one of those burn pits. Came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke to all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told him, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. And then he's like, my son was not a loser. He was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
Yeah, what did you think of that?
Pretty strong, I don't know, Trump going after Biden on the troops and stuff, like when, Biden's got people in his family who have served, which Trump does not. I mean, it's a bold move.
But I feel like this was one of the times where he was trying to get Trump to attack him and do some unhinged rant.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't really seem to work. I don't know. He was trying to draw. I think he was trying to draw Trump out a little bit here.
Yeah, maybe if there was that level of strategy. What I will say is, like, I think throughout this whole thing, Trump was lying constantly and being ridiculous, but he did seem a lot more restrained and respectful than he has in previous debates, frankly.
Yeah.
And that may be because his mic was cut, so he couldn't respond in the moment like he would like to. But, even when he like insulted Biden and like I don't know what he just said. And I don't think he knows either. And then moving on, like, that's pretty restrained attack from Trump. That's a one-liner. That's not like a diatribe. So
I know.
Yeah, I for whatever reason, Trump seemed more, I don't know. He seemed a little bit better in this debate from style wise than he has in past debates. And that may have been to do with the format.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then Trump goes insane rambling about things, about the general that he fired or something for saying that he called the troops who had died suckers and losers or something.
Mm-hmm.
He's, first of all, that was a made up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these other magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified them. We had 19 people that said that I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say, I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our war veterans? Because nobody's ever better taken care. I'm so glad this came up and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now. And then Biden said, you had a 4-star general stand at your side who was on your staff, who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the lines, we've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now, and their family, it gets a little incoherent there.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, what was that topic? I honestly don't even remember what section we were in right now, but we got onto that point, which was, immigration border policy. Yeah, we're talking about the veterans of World War I and II. I think it was World War II, the graveyard they were at, but maybe I'm misremembering. But so was Trump.
Yeah, it was John Kelly. That was the guy that is being spoken of, who he's calling a
reported what Trump said and got fired.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, now we're on to foreign policy. 28 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Trump has some kind of insane, incoherent rage and lies about Ukraine and stuff. Let's see.
The topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. and that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number 2, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number 3, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump, as I come back to you for 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. He encouraged Russia from going in. Let that percolate a little bit. Yeah.
Interesting. I want to point out that here's a different style with the numbers. Biden goes super specific on numbers, and we get lost trying to follow him. Trump just throws out these wild, accumulations, double, maybe even triple. It's like, what numbers? Like, just make them, big. It's like so imprecise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just with the numbers, he'll just go, but he won't say the exact number. He'll just be like tripled,
hundreds of thousands, millions,
millions,
doubles, triples, quadruples. Probably a little bit of a big word for Trump.
Like 16 million, trillion, billion.
Yeah, they were all. Maybe when you get older, you just have a lot of trouble with numbers or something. Maybe, they're both having troubles there. So.
Right.
Let's see. So he's talking about Russia and Ukraine here. Well, let's see. Trump says, "I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. We lost 13, and 38 were obliterated. Does that mean 51 died total, or what are we talking about?
And which ones were beautiful, and which ones were not beautiful?
Yeah.
This guy.
Bob, if you were serving in Afghanistan, would you rather be lost or obliterated?
Or beautiful.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're obliterated. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a weird quote. And then he says, and by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. This is another one of these things like, okay, we left American citizens behind. To some degree, there are like Afghan American citizens, right? And like some of them chose to stay there. I don't know. I don't know if they all wanted to get out or not. I'm not really sure about that. We also talk sometimes about, that some of the hostages in Gaza are American Israelis, right? But at the same time, when they talk about like they've got American hostages, we don't also talk about the fact that they're actually Palestinian Americans, civilians living in Gaza who have no doubt been massacred by the dozens, at least, probably too. So this idea of, who's an American? When are they American? Are they, do they, what are they loyal to? Are they loyal to Afghanistan? Do they want to stay in Afghanistan? Did they want to come back to America? Did we encourage them to come back to America? Did they get in trouble with the Taliban after we left there? Or did they just live there basically as Afghans now? I don't know. I don't know. I'm honestly, who knows? So anyways, Trump continues with his big, broad story about how the failure of Afghanistan is what encouraged Putin. So when Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him. Dana Bash says, President Biden says, I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Let's see. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument. I don't, I think obviously I don't have to point out that his version of events where Biden's weakness led to Putin's expansionism, I don't think that's the case. I mean, I do think that there's an argument to be made, frankly, by somebody much smarter than Trump, that and and frankly, I'm going to lose some leftist credentials on this, but I do think the fact that, for example, in Syria when chemical weapons were used under Obama, and he said that was a red line and he didn't enforce it, and he entrusted the Russians to handle the situation. I do think that was a weakness point where Russia said, oh, okay, America doesn't really have the appetite for more war. They don't really want to enforce the red lines right now. I do think that that's a problem. I think that was a,
I think I may have played that quote on a previous episode we had, but yeah, it was a big misstep.
Yeah. So, but I think saying that Afghanistan had anything to do with this, I think you could make the counter argument. I think you could say if we were still wrapped up in Afghanistan at this point, if Biden hadn't gotten us out of Afghanistan, we would not have had the bandwidth to go into Ukraine, right? To support Ukraine. So I think, if Putin thought that because we were done with Afghanistan, that America didn't have any appetite for war anymore, and that's why he thought it was a good time to go in Ukraine, he was wrong. Like we had just cleared our schedule, basically, right?
Right.
Like, so if this is Trump's theory, I think it's wrong, and I think an argument can be made against it directly. Biden points out that terrorism did happen under Trump. He says Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, when he was president, they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. We didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. And number two, we got out 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during the airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encouraged him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kiev in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kiev. And he didn't do it at all. Wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops. Trump says, I never said that. Dana Bash asked Trump if he thinks it's acceptable for Putin to keep parts of Ukraine. He says, no, they're not acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. The war should have never started. We had a leader in this war. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled.
Yeah, before he takes office, even.
I don't even totally disbelieve him. I mean, I'm sure he could probably say to Putin, like, look, I don't know. They'll make some deal. I don't know. We'll see. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled and get it settled fast before I take office. Biden counteracts. He says, and I think he makes a good point. He says, by the way, all the money we give Ukraine and weapons we make it here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong. Again, money is actually going into America in some cases, because a lot of the weapon systems being bought and supplied to Ukraine, in some cases with European funds, is being made and produced by American, military industrial complex, right?
Right.
So it's a win-win for us in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Okay, so we started the topic of, I don't know, Ukraine and Russia there in the foreign policy section at about 28 minutes, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now I don't know what time this was, but we finally come to the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, did you have anything about Ukraine or Russia there?
No, I think you covered it.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. At a certain point, I'm just kind of reading these long quotes. Like at the beginning, I wasn't really underlining large sections of what they were saying, but then as I watched more and more and I kept taking notes, I just kept like underlining more and more.
No,
It's a bad habit of note taking I have where it's like anything that might possibly be important or something, I end up underlining, and then I wind up with too much underline sometimes.
It's fine. If anything, I'll just put the original audio in place of you reading it. So
sure, yeah, that would
read whatever you want, and I'll cut out what I need to later. So
yeah, Bob, I don't envy your editing responsibilities for these podcasts.
And this one's gonna be rough.
Yeah. Well, look at the bright side. We're on page 15 out of 38. So
oh God.
we're about a third of the way.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a 4-hour podcast before we're over.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Mm-hmm.
Where else can you get this kind of in-depth analysis and content?
You're not getting it with those Pod Save America people. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I like them on some things. A lot of people, I know it's not popular to say. I like them on some. One of them was just on. I think Jon Favreau maybe was just on the latest season of Survivor.
Mm.
It hasn't aired yet. It's going to air like in November, December or something. But he just finished filming it like a month ago or something.
Oh wow.
So I've been a Survivor head since way back. So I'm kind of psyched to see how that goes.
Hmm.
Bob, you ever watch Survivor?
I feel like I watched the first couple of seasons when it first came out, but I've lost track of it over the years. How about you? Have you kept up on it in the later seasons?
Yeah, I took a break through the late teens and 20s and stuff, and then I kind of rediscovered it in the 30s and everything. And I basically I gamble on it now with some other friends over in Korea here. So yeah, I think I made a few hundred here last year or something based on my predictions. So I'm psyched. I like it. You got to watch Survivor to see the real human politics at its most elemental level.
With a lot of 46 seasons, my word.
Yeah, well, they do 2 seasons a year for like 20 some years now. So
yeah, right.
The depressing thing is like what good shape Jeff Probst is in. Like I was a strapping young lad in high school when he started this thing. Now I'm like 41 years old and I'm like, oh God, I don't know. Oh, I can't make it to the gym today. And this motherfucker's out there looking like, heartthrob or something. Is almost depressing, frankly discouraging.
Wow.
Yeah, but good show though, overall. Okay. All right, so the Middle East. We finally get to the Middle East again. One of the 2 topics that I think should have been one of the first 2 topics talked about, frankly.
Yeah, you make a good point. I mean, that's probably, in my opinion, the biggest threat to Biden's reelection is his weakness on this issue with especially younger voters, his coalition, basically, like you said. So
yeah. And I don't know. Frankly, the moderators, Dana Bash and what's his name, Jake Tapper, I think they've both had some coverage since the beginning of the Israel-Palestine thing that has not been great regarding their own biases. I think I could share a clip with you, but there was a clip of in December, I think, of Dana Bash kind of getting pretty feisty with Pramila Jayapal.
With the collapse of the temporary truce between Israel and Hamas, here in the U.S., Democratic divisions over the direction of the war and Biden's support for Israel are once again on full display. Here with me now is House Progressive Caucus Chairwoman Pramila Jayapal. Thank you for coming. It's nice to see you in person. Let's start with where we are right now with the war. The White House says very clearly that Hamas is to blame for the collapse of this temporary truce for a few reasons. One is that they refused to release the remaining women, some of whom, sounds like most of whom are 20 to 30-year-old women. They're hostage inside Gaza. They also renewed the military attacks against Israel. You have repeatedly called for Israel to implement an indefinite ceasefire. But given what we have just seen with what I just described, is that realistic?
Well, it's what has to happen, and I do think it's realistic. I think what we saw is after, many weeks of saying we couldn't get to a ceasefire, that was not going to happen, we did have a temporary ceasefire, and what happened? We were able to see a significant number of hostages released. We were able to get humanitarian aid into Gaza, and I think the long-term plan for what happens is incredibly important. Now you've seen Vice President Harris made a very strong statement yesterday. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin also was very clear that if you engage in urban warfare in the way that Israel did in northern Gaza, what you will do is perhaps win a temporary victory or a reprieve, but you're not going to win the long-term strategic war. So the only way, Dana, to get through this is to make sure that we, first of all, do not have the kinds of casualties that we saw in northern Gaza. There's no way to do that with the kind of war that Israel is waging right now on Gaza.
Well, a couple of things. One is, you said it worked. Yes, there were hostages who were released, but it wasn't even an actual hard ceasefire. They were just trying to get another day, and Hamas wouldn't comply. So what makes you think that Hamas would comply with a longer-term ceasefire?
Well, I think this is all about negotiation. Qatar has been incredibly helpful here. It's not clear to me from the reporting who was to blame for.
You don't believe the Biden administration, that Hamas?
Well, I just think it's very complicated.
Young women?
I think it's very, very complicated. It's not. We don't have all the information in front of us. We obviously can rely on some statements that are made, but I think that in these negotiations, everybody wants something. And I think Qatar has said that Hamas is still at the table. Israel should still be at the table. In fact, some of the Israeli hostages are saying that Israel should still be at the table because this is complex negotiation, and it doesn't happen unless both sides are willing to come to some kind of an agreement. That's how we got the first 7 days.
That's a really important point about both sides being willing to come to an agreement, because regardless of what has happened last week, and let's just say there is a more permanent ceasefire, you are hearing from Hamas leaders over and over again that the brutal massacre of the 1,200 Israeli civilians was just the beginning, just a rehearsal, and that they want to continue to do it over and over again. So a ceasefire would keep that brutal terrorist regime in place in Gaza.
I don't think that's true. I think that what is true is that Hamas needs to be taken out. It is a terrorist organization.
How would you do that?
But I think the way to do that, as many terrorism experts have said, is to create a durable and strong coalition of allies within the Middle East, with the United States, with Israel, to make sure that we have a long-term political solution, that there is an alternative to Hamas to lead in Gaza and to establish a state for Palestinians. We have to condemn what Hamas did on October 7th. We cannot allow for 15,000 Palestinians to date to have been killed, 3/4 of whom are women and children, and say that that is going to help us in the long term.
Listen,
morally, Dana, but also strategically for Israel. The only way through this is to create a situation where there is a political solution that involves a Palestinian state and an Israeli state.
I think ideally what you're talking about could make sense. It's just unclear how you get from here to there. Who's going to get rid of Hamas if there's no continued war? And I think what you're relying on is the pressure from Arab states. And they haven't been willing to do that.
It's not just that, well, part of the reason they haven't been willing to do that is because we have been allowing Israel to literally indiscriminately bomb hospitals, violate international humanitarian law, and so we are creating
even pre-October.
enemies.
Okay, even pre-October 7th. Can I just ask you one more thing about that? You have seen the information and intelligence that Hamas has used its own civilians. The death of civilians it's horrendous. But Hamas has used its own civilians as human shields. Those hospitals and so forth are places where Hamas keeps weapons and keeps its Hamas leadership, that they had their headquarters there.
Dana, international humanitarian law says that you cannot attack a hospital unless there are some circumstances. If rockets are fired from that hospital, that is one thing. But hospitals are protected. We have had refugee camps that are bombed. Right now, there are even the only pediatric hospital in Gaza is not operating. If we want to defeat terrorists, we have to abide by international humanitarian law. That is just my fundamental belief. And that at the end of the day, what we need is a lasting coalition that is not going to be formed if Israel continues to do what they are doing. And the United States cannot be backers of this kind of indiscriminate bombing. That is my firm belief. We should have conditions on military aid in the same way that we do for every other country.
I want to ask you about sexual violence. And it's kind of remarkable that this issue hasn't gotten enough attention globally. Widespread use of rape, brutal rape, sexual violence against Israeli women by Hamas. I've seen a lot of progressive women, generally speaking, they're quick to defend women's rights and speak out against using rape as a weapon of war, but downright silent on what we saw on October 7th and what might be happening inside Gaza right now to these hostages. Why is that?
I mean, I don't know that that's true. I think we always talk about the impact of war on women in particular. In fact, I remember 20 years ago I did a petition around the war in Iraq.
Have you talked about it since October 7th?
Absolutely. And I've condemned what Hamas has done. I've condemned
specifically
all
against
of
women?
the actions. Absolutely. The rape, of course. But I think we have to remember that Israel is a democracy. That is why they are a strong ally of ours. And if they do not comply with international humanitarian law, they are bringing themselves to a place that makes it much more difficult strategically for them to be able to build the kinds of allies, to keep public opinion with them. And frankly, morally, I think we cannot say that one war crime deserves another. That is not what international humanitarian law says.
Okay, with respect, I was just asking about the women, and you turned it back to Israel. I'm asking you about Hamas. In fact,
I already answered your question, Dana. I said it's horrific, and I think that rape is horrific, sexual assault is horrific. I think that it happens in war situations. Terrorist organizations like Hamas obviously are using these as tools. However, I think we have to be balanced about bringing in the outrages against Palestinians. 15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes, 3/4 of whom are women and children.
And it's horrible, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping
well, Dana, I
Palestinian
think
women.
we're not, I don't want this to be the hierarchy of oppressions. I think 15,000 people have been killed.
It shouldn't be,
Palestinians,
which is horrible.
And 2.2 million Palestinians live in a 140 square mile area, which is about the size of Las Vegas, with a population that is 4 times that of Las Vegas, and 1.8 million Palestinians right now are displaced. They are living in shelters. They are being told to move to South Gaza, then South Gaza is being bombed. They're being told to move to North Gaza. There are no homes left. The vast majority of infrastructure has been destroyed. This is not the way that we are going to beat terrorism, whether it's Hamas or some future iteration of Hamas.
On that note, I want to talk about what this means domestically for President Biden. You've warned that the way that the Biden administration, the president himself, is handling this war jeopardizes his support among progressives and Muslim American voters, and that they could actually stay home. Do you think that is, how big of a threat, political threat, is that to President Biden, in particular when it's possible, at this point probable, that Donald Trump would be his opponent, and he's not exactly warm when it comes to Muslims?
Yeah, that's an understatement. Look, I am a supporter of President Biden. I have been out there for the president, and I will continue to be, even though I think that the way that this, the handling of this war started was unfortunately such that it has alienated huge communities. We have to be realistic about that, and we have to do work right now to address that, not just with outreach here, but actually looking at the situation in the Middle East and recognizing that Palestinians deserve the same respect, innocent Palestinians deserve the same respect as innocent Israelis.
You know, regarding what was later largely debunked, the claims of the weaponization of sexual violence by Hamas explicitly on October 7th, you know, with regards to the, I don't know if the New York Times, the, you know, screams without sound or whatever their debunked rape piece was in the New York Times at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's, I'm not sure that these two were the two to have taken on this issue. I think I've seen some stuff on Twitter too from Jake Tapper over the course of this war that has not been very good. So anyways, we're getting on to the Middle East.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO. We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
This is another major part where Biden's lying. Okay, so that may tell us something. So let's see. Dana Bash says, "What additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes." To Biden. Biden says, number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan that I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. I don't think that's true. I think the Israelis and Netanyahu explicitly have said that they did not endorse this plan. Mm-hmm. Or, that it may have been a plan that was under consideration, but like Biden took it and said, oh, this was your idea, right? So you agree to it, right? Like, which was not true. They never agreed to it. Hamas agreed to it, but like the Israelis didn't agree to it. So then he's trying to tell them, he's lying and saying, oh, Hamas needs to accept the policy. And like they actually did, basically. And Israel is saying, no, we don't like that policy, even though it was something we had been discussing or something, but we didn't put it forward. You did. So this is basically a half truth at best. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the first stage is to trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. And the third phase is the end of the war. Okay. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. Okay, this is a lie. I'm not sure that Hamas wants to continue the war. I'm pretty sure that if Hamas could give back all the hostages and get a permanent ceasefire, a peace deal or whatever for this current situation, they would do it in a heartbeat. The Israelis don't want peace in this case. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Hamas leadership will say stuff like, we can do this again, we can continue doing this indefinitely, but I think that's mostly bluster and, tough talk, right? Like, I think they have to say that because they're probably, they've got a population of 2.1 million people, and like 2 million of them are homeless right now. Yeah, they need the war to end, not just Hamas, but the entire population of that territory. So Biden's lying about this, I think. Let's see. He says, in the meantime, what's happened in Israel? The only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We are providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. Okay. Okay. Nobody asked Biden about the 2,000-pound bombs. Why is he bringing it up? Mm-hmm. Nobody, the hosts, nor Trump, said anything about Biden's not supporting the Israelis enough. So why is he bringing up the only thing I didn't give them was the 2,000-pound bombs, and we just delayed them, and they don't really work. They don't work very well in high density population urban centers. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that American military has never used this kind of bomb in an urban center, with the possible exception of the Battle of Fallujah.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a situation where we were pretty, the idea was that we had more or less cleared out the city of the civilian population, whether that was true or not. But things are happening in this war with regards to a blatant disregard for civilian death, that even the American military at its most depraved has rarely, you could talk about, like, the nuclear bombings in Japan, perhaps, or the bombing of Dresden or something. But, like, since World War II, I don't think it's been shown that America has ever gone with this much willful destruction in civilian areas.
Mm-hmm.
So, but again, I don't know why Biden is bringing this up unprompted. I mean, maybe he's saying it because he knows he needs to show some distance with Israel, but he really doesn't inherently want to show any distance with Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it's very, it's very incoherent. If he's trying to show distance with Netanyahu, he has failed with regards to left-wing voters, I think. So.
Mm-hmm.
And he continues, and by the way, I'm the guy who organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown kind of ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No, one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it stopped. We saved Israel. Okay, this is blathering. I think that the girl who was killed was like was she a Druze or something? I don't think she was a Jewish Israeli citizen or something. I think she was a minority of some type.
I don't know.
And he mentions, again, he organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown ballistic missile attack on Israel. Why did that happen? Because Israel bombed their embassy in Lebanon, killing one of their major people over there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, so we're not presenting the context. It's just random, just totally random. Iran launched a bunch of ballistic missiles at Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel than anyone in the world. And so there are two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas greatly weakened, and they should be eliminated. Okay. Here he's buying into the Israeli war aims of totally eliminating Hamas. You can't eliminate Hamas. Hamas is a movement. It's not bin Laden. It's not one man in a compound in Pakistan. Admitting or boasting, I think it would be admitting that we have American military or intelligence personnel assisting Israelis with what they're doing over there. That's going to go down badly in history. I don't think he's going to be remembered well for that. I don't think we should be involved in this in any capacity, frankly. Once the extent of it became known, I really don't think we should have been involved.
Mm-hmm.
So talking about Hamas can't be allowed to be continued. Well, it's a little bit incoherent. It's not a great sentence, but it's also an unrealistic goal. I think the Israeli military has even said that the total elimination of Hamas is not a realistic war aim.
Mm-hmm.
If they killed every single person who's connected to Hamas, they would have a population. Well, number one, there's only about 30,000 members of Hamas, I believe, in the military, or maybe the whole thing. Number two, if they killed everybody involved in Hamas, they would still have a population of people who rightly do not accept Israeli control of their territory or Israeli ability to choose their government for them. When it's been asked, Israel, would you like to put the not the PLO, but the Palestinian Authority, the PA, from the West Bank in charge of Gaza again. They said, no, we don't like the Palestinian Authority either because their education of their children is racist against Jews and they yada, 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 and they're just as bad as Hamas and ridiculous. Number two, it's anti-democratic. The Palestinian Hamas, the Gazans don't get to decide their own leadership. Number two, if they put the PA in charge, they won't be accepted. They're viewed as Israeli collaborators, probably rightly in many cases. And number three, even if they eliminated Hamas, like any group that ruled the Palestinians would have to bloody Israel's nose a couple times just to gain any legitimacy in Gaza, right? They've killed, 45,000 officially, probably a couple 100,000 unofficially. We'll find out later how many died in Gaza. It's going to be more than we know now. And these people are supposed to accept a group that's going to lead them after this war that's friendly with Israel. They're never going to accept it. Nobody would.
Yeah.
It's a ridiculous war aim. You're buying into the LVIII, maximalist position here. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, it's yeah. He also mentions you've got to be careful for what you use those certain weapons among civilian population centers. Okay. Well, they should, but they aren't, and they won't, and you keep giving them the weapons. So, what are you talking about, man? Yeah. Thoughts about Biden there?
Yeah, a lot of incoherence, a lot of wishy-washiness. He seems like he's trying to walk both sides of the line there in a lot of ways and express support for Israel. And I don't know. It's just, I really think this is the Achilles heel of his whole campaign, beyond the whole age thing, which we'll get to. I feel like this is the one issue where it's like he just doesn't seem to have a good answer of how to get out of it. Even if we were able to answer the age question, like, I think this would sink in on its own. So,
yeah, I mean, if he was good on this issue, I would have very little compunction about voting for him, even though he turned in a disastrous performance overall here. But with this issue, it's I don't know. It does make me ask what I should do here come November, because I don't know, reasonable people who know about this situation, know what's been going on, have been nonstop getting called anti-Semites and, blamed by this administration and a lot of people in government over the past however many months, more than half a year. And, if you wondered, who's Biden's biggest enemy? You think it's the Republicans? You think it's Donald Trump? No, it's the young left wing of his own party. That's the people he reserves the real vitriol for.
Yeah.
So, and basically what we want him to do is to have a coherent foreign policy that's better for America, frankly, better for Israel in the long run, better for the Palestinian people, and would not be assisting a right-wing Likud government in Israel that actually would rather have the other guy as president anyway. We're more on his side than he possibly knows. But he treats us like we're the biggest enemy. So I don't know. Trump, in his response, goes back on Ukraine. Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second, we have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, where we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. Okay, so I don't know why he's going back to Ukraine now, but yeah, okay, yeah, there's an ocean separating America from Ukraine and Russia, but the 20th century was the American century, right? The Pax Americana, right? I think at a certain point, Biden correctly responds at some point that wars that start in Europe don't tend to stay in Europe. So it's better to contain it there for us. But again, I don't know why he's not focused on Israel Palestine here. Although it's probably, I don't know. Anyways, this is a very frustrating part of the debate to talk about, because it's not as clear cut as, Trump is wrong and Biden's an idiot. They're both wrong, I'm afraid. So
yeah.
As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one. Here, Trump is correct. I think Hamas is ready for peace. Israel doesn't want peace. Israel wants to keep going. If a lot of people say, if they just gave the hostages back, the war would be over tomorrow. No, it wouldn't. That's why we don't have a peace deal, because Hamas is saying, we'll give you all the hostages back, but we want the war to end. And Israel's saying, oh, we'll have a ceasefire for a couple of weeks, but then maybe we'll keep going and just kill all the Hamas people after we get our hostages back. You give us your only leverage, and then we'll take a pause, and then we'll kill you all later. Nobody in any negotiation anywhere in the world would take that deal.
Right.
So, when Biden disingenuously says, oh, we all want peace, Hamas is the only ones who don't want peace, that's a lie. And Trump is correct here to point that out. Of course, Trump can't be right for very long. He turns around and does some very racist shit. So,
as you would expect.
Yeah. So actually, Israel is the one. And you should them go and let them finish the job. Okay. So here he's saying just let them kill everybody, I guess. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian. But they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one. So here he's basically using Palestinian as a pejorative term for a person, which is, racist and disgusting. And frankly, I don't know. I mean, you'd like to think the Tapper and Bash, they're not supposed to editorialize or step in or correct anybody. But you'd like to think that if somebody said the N-word or if somebody called somebody a Jew in a pejorative term, they're not going to stay silent, right? They're going to comment. But here, just calling the other person a Palestinian as an insult, like it just goes by. He's he's become like a Palestinian. He's a bad Palestinian. He's a weak one. Dana Bash, President Biden, you have a minute. Biden, I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO or you're going to pull out of NATO? Trump's making some bizarre facial expressions, but what do we? So now we're not talking about Israel and Palestine again. Now I guess we're talking about Europe because we're talking about NATO. I was thinking, if Biden were well prepared to deal with Trump about the Palestinian issue, being called a Palestinian as an insulting thing, frankly, he should highlight the racism of that. But Biden's racist against Palestinians too. But I think what he should have mentioned was the murder case last December, I think, or maybe it was in October or December in Illinois, where a 6-year-old Palestinian American boy was murdered by a crazy person with a knife. Right. I think this kid's name Wadea Al-Fayoum. I think. I hope I'm saying that right. But, I think this crazy person approached this mother and son and said, where are you from? What race are you? And they said, we're Palestinian Americans. And he killed the son with a knife. Like if Joe Biden had the command of facts and he could mention this, we've got 6-year-old children being the victim of hate crimes, being murdered in the streets out here. And you're going to sit here and call me a Palestinian? And you have to think if it was a blacks or Jews or somebody like that, most people would be a little bit more, they would know how to turn the racist aspect of that around in a productive political way. But Biden didn't consider to even do it. So,
well, speaking of racism, we're going to get to the black jobs in just a minute, I think. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, let's see. I mean, Biden basically here follows Trump back down into the Europe aspect of talking about Ukraine and Russia. He says, the idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're inaudible, able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe. What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is an attack on all. You want to start a nuclear war? He keeps talking about, go ahead, let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. So I think Biden is basically correct here. He goes on to say, no major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe. Dana Badge goes, President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region? Okay, so she's bringing it back to Israel, Palestine at least. But this is a bizarre question. Like, this is a really weird question. Like, it's too specific in a way, but it's also like, I mean, Donald Trump has just used the word Palestinian as a pejorative for Joe Biden. Do we want to talk about Palestinian statehood with this person? Like creating a Palestinian state in the region to achieve peace?
Right.
Like, that's the question. Like, what do you think about Palestinians? Do they have any rights at all? Like there's a million other questions you could ask. This is a weird question. Like, would you support the creation of an independent Palestine? No, he's talking about finishing the job in Gaza. What do you mean creating a state? Yeah, after we kill a couple of million people there, then we can create a state, and my son-in-law will make some nice beachfront property. Trump says, I'll have to see. Then he goes back, NATO. He doesn't talk about Israel, Palestine. He pivots back to NATO again. So again, this all ends by 39:31. Okay, so I think the foreign policy topic started about minute 28. It's all over by 39. So it's about a 10-minute section. And the first part of it was about Europe, about the war in Europe. So less than 10 minutes on Israel, Palestine before they move off that topic. And most of the time half the time it was about Ukraine and Russia. And then the other half, when they were supposed to be talking about Israel, Palestine, they kept both pivoting back to Ukraine and Russia. So remarkably unproductive use of time by the debate moderators, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So yeah, any thoughts more on Israel, Palestine, or Ukraine and Russia?
Calamity. Total calamity.
Yeah. And frankly, neither of these presidents is equipped to deal with it. And again, if Biden wasn't such an ardent Zionist and wasn't so wedded to Likud, he could be pointing out, as Trump tried to do with regards to Russia and Ukraine, that it was actually Trump's policies in the region, moving the capital to Jerusalem, the Abraham Accords, trying to cut the Palestinians out of the peace deal with other nations in the region, all this stuff. Like all of these things, reasonable people, intelligent scholars have pointed out that these are probably some of the direct precursors to the October 7th. But Biden's not in a position to make that argument, either ideologically or, coherently, like right. from a mental ability capacity level. I don't know. I'm sputtering here.
You're fine.
Okay. I do think I'm afraid in the future this is going to be the issue of this period. There's a lot of issues to talk about, but I'm afraid the Israel-Palestine situation is going to be one of the issues of this period that, yeah, we'll see how it goes with history, but I think that's going to be a major one.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so at this point, at 39 minutes and 40 minutes in, they turn to the issue of democracy.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in that dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him, they said, what do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones, he said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas, were fine people. And this is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
They finally mentioned Trump, you rallied your supporters, Capitol, attacked the Capitol, Trump says all over the world we were respected. Then he comes in and now we're laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. You got to admit, you've never had a presidential candidate talk about the American reputation and population and such. Like, we used to be smart, now we're stupid. People used to love us, now they hate us. We're not respected anymore. It's bizarre to have somebody wanting to run the country talking about us that way, but that's where we are.
I was thinking during watching the debate, it's almost like, how in the pickup artist culture, it's like negging. You're supposed to say like bad things about someone that you're interested in or something.
Yeah.
Just their attention or whatever.
Well, I don't know. I do think I think negging has gotten a negged reputation. I think what it is, and so I think I've heard it explained in ways that is a little bit more complex in some cases. Okay, we're not getting into the whole PUA stuff, but
moving on.
So okay, so you're saying Trump or who was negging? Somebody was negging somebody or what?
I was just saying, you were commenting about how Trump was saying such horrible things about the country he wants to lead, and I was just saying it reminds me of negging in pickup artist culture. How you know what I mean? And that's kind of where we went with that, but.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. It is I think there's something pathological about it. It's like if he stopped and thought about, well, I don't know. Trump is notorious for having a copy of Mein Kampf, right?
Mm.
And Adolf Hitler was a guy who came into Germany and said, in my country there is problem, and that problem is the Jew, right? to quote Ali, Borat or whatever.
Yeah.
But so he did come into Germany and saying, our country is weak, nobody respects our country anymore. We're getting fucked over by the Treaty of Versailles, and we can't even have a military, it's not fair, and so this I do think so when Trump is being negative about America, when he's being down on America, I don't know if he's doing it consciously or unconsciously, subconsciously, if he's just a very negative person. like I'm a pretty negative person. Like even if I'm at my favorite restaurant and I really love the food, but I'll still say, oh man, it's a little dry today or something. Or, oh, I don't know, but actually I'm enjoying the meal, but I might say something negative. So it might be like something like that with Trump. but it's like, but at the same time, it may be a conscious, like, I'm going to be like Hitler and just like run down my own country because it's too bad and weak, except when I'm in control, and then it's perfect. So, but again, I'm not sure how conscious he is of that. Exactly. So, yeah. But yeah. Anyways, yeah. Let's see. Trump makes some bizarre statements about the January 6th stuff. Let's see. Jake Tapper asks him, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again? Trump says, well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. Huh? And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, as they say, what she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard and she turned them down. And the mayor of, in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down. The mayor of D.C., they turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see. I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too. And you could feel it. And I said they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day. She was, I don't know. You can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th. Wow. So, yeah, thoughts about that?
Well, I do like how he insults Nancy Pelosi's daughter as a documentary filmmaker and then uses the evidence to like say that he's right. Like it's like a double like slam.
Yeah. Yeah, they say she's a documentary filmmaker, but she's not. She's dishonest. But also she proved that her mother is a liar.
Exactly.
Got to have it every way.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I think I've seen some people saying that, I don't know about this specifically, but from my understanding, some people have said that Nancy Pelosi she doesn't have the authority to call National Guard into the city or something. But I don't know. If the president of the United States is giving you an illegal offer and you can say yes or no, you might as well say yes. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But at the same time, like, I have a hard time believing that Trump offered National Guard to come in. Like, from what I can remember, wasn't the Republican governor of Massachusetts or something like, or no, Maryland, wasn't he offering to send in his National Guard or something, but DC wasn't having it or something?
Yeah,
there's a lot of stuff going on that day. So, but also, like, Donald Trump is walking this tightrope because he loves these people. These are very fine people, and he wanted them to come there. And he's watching on TV and enjoying every minute of, congressional people begging for their lives and begging for him to make it stop and begging for him to give a speech or put out a tweet. And he's not doing it. And he just wants to see if they can maybe get Mike Pence or maybe AOC or Nancy Pelosi first or something, So why would he be like, oh, yeah, hey, I'll send in, you want 10,000 National Guard? Oh, you don't want the National Guard? Okay, well, it's up to you. It's your choice. Like, I don't see how that conversation happened, right? Like,
right.
I don't know. Other historians will have to document better what exactly was done there. Maybe lawyers.
Seems unlikely that that's what happened, but.
Yeah. Biden has a basically correct response. Trump was responsible. Other Republicans were begging him to make it stop. They've been convicted. They're criminals. Trump wants to commute their sentences. Yada, yada, yada. These people should be in jail. Trump wants to let them out, etc. Trump goes, what they've done to some people who are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. Okay, when they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. Okay, so he's doing like January 6th, Black Lives Matter equivalency.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, it's which is in a way it's kind of like a tacit admission that he supported January 6th, right?
Right.
He's saying, "Oh, I supported January 6th. You guys supported Black Lives Matter. So why don't we just call it even?"
Exactly.
I mean, that's the implication, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. There was some more confusing stuff down below. Biden has a response that was a little bit hard to hear. At one point, Biden asked a good question, but it was very poorly delivered. Let's see. Biden asked him, "Will you denounce these guys?" He says, "The idea he's refusing. Will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked the Capitol? What are you going to do?" Tapper says, "I'm going to give you a minute, Mr. President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month." Okay, look, Jake Tapper is totally stepping on Biden's line. Biden just asked a direct, challenging question to Trump right there. He asked him, "Will you denounce them? Will you denounce these people we're talking about? Will you denounce the people who attacked the Capitol? What are you going to do?" And Tapper's like, "Okay, changing the subject."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he saved Trump from having to take a stance on whether or not he loves these very good people who attacked the Capitol or whether they are criminals who belong in jail. We all know the answer, but like he moves on to another thing. So this is one type here where Tapper kind of like, didn't help, I would say.
Yeah.
Let's see. Trump goes after Hunter Biden. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is going to be convicted probably numerous other times. He should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitation lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. Okay, so here he's basically just threatening, like, "Oh, if you're not president next time, you could be convicted. I'm going to prosecute you," basically.
Yeah, I love the Republican two-step on this. It's like, it's so terrible that Joe Biden is going after Donald Trump, his political rival, and we're going to do it next time. It's like this is so terrible, but now we're going to do it. It's like, well, if it's why were you going to do it?
Yeah, this is why I'm saying that Joe Biden should just take the authority apparently vested in the presidency by the Supreme Court and do some unconstitutional shit. Because they're going to say you did it whether you did or not. They're going to do it the moment they get power back. Why don't you just do it and force the issue?
Yep.
Like, I know, mainstream Democrats don't have it in their constitution to do that. And sure, maybe that's when both sides do it, maybe that's the road to, whatever, national breakup or something. But like, I don't know. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. All the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with his son. Okay, this is a blatant lie.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can use a fact check on this one.
Absolutely. The prosecutor who Biden pressured the Ukrainian government to remove, which was wanted by many other nations and people within Ukraine, explicitly was not investigating the company that Hunter Biden was involved with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what was the name of the company? I'm blanking on it right now. The company he was involved with.
Burisma Holdings.
Burisma. Okay, yeah. Like I know for a fact the prosecutor that Biden put pressure on them to remove was known corrupt and was not explicitly not investigating Burisma. So the idea that, like, Trump or that Biden put pressure to remove this guy because he was investigating Hunter Biden and Burisma is incorrect. This is factually wrong. So, okay. Trump can finish as, I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong. Okay. Biden has a pretty strong response a little bit later. Number 2, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're a president is wrong, is simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has ever spoken like that before. Number 3, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night and while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
What'd you think of that line?
It was strong until he says the morals of an alley cat. What the hell does that mean? Like, alley cats steal food, eat trash, are sexually promiscuous. I don't even know what I'm supposed to take away from that. And
I only asked because he repeated that later.
He repeated it at his rally the next day with his wife. He said the alley cat moral thing, and like, that wasn't the strongest part of that answer.
Now, folks, I don't know what you did last night, but I spent 90 minutes on a stage debating a guy who has the morals of an alley cat.
You thought it was. He was really proud of himself for that line.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with our country. Maybe. But I mean, everything up to that point was pretty strong. Like, yeah, like, well, number 1, you don't owe billions of dollars in civil penalties. He owes millions, maybe $500 million or something, but he doesn't owe billions. So that was a little overstated, but everything else there was strong.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. And Tapper says, give you a minute, sir. And Trump says, I didn't have sex with a porn star, number 1. Off to a strong beginning. Don't usually have to say that in presidential debates, but okay. You do you. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutors were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people. So, okay. It's this double standard continues. A Republican can never be tried by a Democrat, and a Democrat can only be forgiven by a Republican. That's the American legal system at this point, according to the media and everybody in Washington, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Trump again goes on to suggest that he's being prosecuted because Biden can't win fair and square, which is ridiculous. They should. I don't know. This is the impossibility of when to prosecute Trump. Can't prosecute him when he's president. Can't prosecute him right after he's president, or Garland doesn't want to, or whoever, whatever. Can't prosecute him later when he starts running for president again. And if he wins the presidency, he'll forgive himself for everything. So, like, there's never a good time to prosecute Donald Trump, right? There's always a very compelling reason for the media to say, well, we can't prosecute him now. It's not the right time.
They did everything. I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Yeah. The world isn't fair to poor Donnie. Let's see. Biden continues. There's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases coming down around the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And let's see. Biden talks about the Charlottesville thing. He said, and the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, what do you think of these people? The ones who tried to stop it, and the ones who, I think they're fine people on both sides. Well, Heather Heyer was her name, I think, right? I think I could still remember that. I didn't even write it down. I think I just know that. It would be nice if Biden could remember that kind of detail, perhaps. And talk about how she was killed, who she was killed by, because it's, to say a woman got killed, I spoke to them. What are we talking about here? I know what you're saying. You need to be more specific for the normies, the people who don't watch the news every day.
Yeah, right.
And the thing with there's fine people on both sides. Like, there's a whole thing. A lot of conservatives think this has been totally debunked, that he wasn't saying the Nazis. He was saying like other people who were possibly on the other side or something.
You putting what you're calling the alt-left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this. You had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, or you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
On both sides, sir? You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Kill the person. Heather hired Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group. Excuse me. I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue, and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Robert E. Lee are not the same.
Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down? Excuse me. Are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
Treated unfairly, sir. I'm sorry, I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly?
No,
I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this. There are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure.
What makes you think you can get an infrastructure bill? You didn't get health care.
Well, you know, I'll tell you. We came very close with health care. Unfortunately, John McCain decided to vote against it at the last minute. You'll have to ask John McCain why he did that. But we came very close to health care. We will end up getting health care. But we'll get the infrastructure, and actually infrastructure is something that I think we'll have bipartisan support on. I actually think Democrats will go along with the infrastructure.
I think it's arguable, but I don't know. Anyways, that's been seen as being debunked by some people, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah.
Again, I don't even remember what our topic is anymore. Like, we're talking about Charlottesville. We're talking about
I think
Ukraine,
we were talking about
Hunter
January
Biden.
6th. January 6th was the question.
Okay. So this is kind of loosely related then, because this does have to do with Trump's paramilitaries, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Trump responds. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance at. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. Let's see. And just the other day, it came out where it was fully debunked. Okay, this statement about the good people on both sides or what fine people or very fine people. Just the other day, I think it's been quote unquote debunked for a couple of years. From what I mean, I think this quote was from like 2017 or something. So it's, I don't know why he's saying just the other day. If he thinks it was debunked, it should have been debunked years ago.
Right.
Biden says, and debunk, it happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said on that at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this can get elected. Let's see. His own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him? Pretty strong finish from Biden.
Yeah, I like that. That was good.
And then Jake Tapper says, thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate. Okay. So again, Jake Tapper kind of steps on, Biden has a strong finish where Trump might be wanting to respond, but Jake Tapper kind of ends the moment and moves on.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're moving on to, I think, the black jobs you mentioned.
Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earned far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're trying to provide housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now. and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that there are $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. We find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing anything, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Dana Bash's question, original question before, what do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress? Okay, so he gives his answer. He finishes strong. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it. She says, you have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far? Like, he just answered the question. He finished as strongly as he's going to. He did some stuttering in the middle. You've got 49 seconds left. Like, usually in debates, people are going over their time, right? If somebody answers succinctly and finishes ahead of time, you don't usually say, hey, keep talking. We want you to keep talking for exactly 49 more seconds. Like, who does that?
Yeah, it's completely unnatural.
Yeah, like usually by the end of the debate, there's like, oh, there's a lot more we could get to, but we're running out of time for our debate, so we're coming to closing state. You know, they always run out of time or something. So it's like, why not just say, okay, we've got 49 seconds. Okay, let's bank it and use it later, perhaps, or if we need more clarification later. But like, if you finish, if you give an answer, you feel like you've given a good answer and you've concluded strongly, and then the person says, okay, you've got more time. I'm going to ask you the exact same question again. Like, what do you say to that without, I mean, how do you respond in a way that doesn't look weak? Right?
Yeah, it's not a good look, and it should have been. I mean, they probably told them, oh, well, they probably broke it up by commercial breaks. You know what I mean? So they're probably like, stretch it out.
Yeah. Yeah, but like when somebody gives a strong conclusion to their answer and you say, answer that again, please. You've got more time. Like, yeah, it's, I don't know. There's no, it doesn't look good. It doesn't make the candidate look good either. It's like, it seems to me they should be more worried about going overtime than undertime. So like, I don't know, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So then Biden goes into some more things. He keeps talking. Don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean a $10,000 tax credit. Does that mean that if they're paying more than $10,000 in taxes for that year, that they can get $10,000 off their taxes? Is that how that works, or am I misunderstanding that?
I think it takes off $10,000 of taxable income, I think is what he means. I'm not sure. I think that's what, like, the amount that would be taxed on your yearly, bill or whatever, it reduces that amount by 10,000. Not that you pay 10,000 less. It's just the amount of income. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not in the top, 20% of earners probably in America, and I'm not attempting to be a home buyer. So this was all a little bit, blurry for me. Let's see. Then he says, he continued talking about what he's done for black communities. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing and anything having to do with volunteerism, If they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Okay. Again, this Democratic obsession with qualifying all benefits that leads to kind of these the watered down benefits. Again, that's not a good look. It's not a good thing. And again, for Biden, who has difficulty speaking, I mean, it makes it difficult for him in a debate even to describe a policy that he would say is good, right? Like, okay, if you're black, 1, and you have student debt, 2, and you pay your student debt for 10 years consistently without missing a single month, 3, and you work in nursing specifically, or maybe something else having to do with volunteerism, that's kind of a broad category, then maybe the rest of your student debt can be forgiven. Like,
people don't remember that kind of stuff. You know what people remember? People remember
what I remember is mine didn't get forgiven.
Well,
that's what I remember. Like,
no,
so
I know.
Fuck you, Biden. Like,
yeah,
you know, like,
tell me about it. But
yeah.
no, what people remember is the stimulus checks from the pandemic that Trump was in charge of giving out mostly, except for that one.
Biden gave out some smaller ones, and
he gave out some smaller ones, and he said he was going to too. But I'm just saying, like, when people remember that because it was direct, it was money in your pocket right then, not this like convoluted system.
Y'all.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. People, like, it's crass, but I think Republicans strangely have a better grasp on that. You remember the Bush checks that he cut before his second, election or whatever? Like, people remember that money in the pocket. It's crass. It's, it's a little bit, but it's direct. People remember that kind of thing. They don't remember if you're a nurse and you're this and that and the third, it's maybe you'll get, you know what I mean? Nobody remembers that kind of thing.
The people who remember it are the people who didn't qualify for it, or
right.
the people who almost qualified for it, but they missed 1 month of payments, and so they were disqualified, or or the people who are trying to navigate the fucking bureaucracy. This is stupid. It's counterproductive. Rather than keeping unqualified people from benefiting, I think more what it does is it keeps qualified people from benefiting.
Oh, absolutely.
And it undermines the whole policy, right? And 100%. And at the same time, it's bad for Democrats. It's bureaucratic. People talk about bureaucracy in Washington. This is exactly what they mean. And then when you've got a fucking incoherent person with dementia trying to describe it on stage, he can't very well, right? So it's just a lose all the way around.
Exactly.
So it's maddening.
Yeah.
And again, this is all in the extra, 49 seconds that Biden has to continue to describe what he's done for the black community and why they shouldn't be too disappointed in him, even though they apparently somewhat are. So, this is to give him any credit at all on this. He wasn't planning to talk about this, but they basically made him continue to talk. So this is what he did.
Yeah.
Let's see. Then they go to Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Let's see. And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. My apologies, Trump. Earlier I said quadrupled was too big a word for you. Maybe I underestimated you. Your desire for hyperbole. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. It's like beat poetry or something. What are we doing? I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do was leave it alone. He destroyed it with his grain news scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people in the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. There's these number confusion things again. They're taking black jobs and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Comments. I mean, I think I know what he's saying. Basically, I think he's saying like, you know, high school. I mean, it's kind of like saying high school graduate, you know, blue collar jobs, or I think he's saying like basically low education jobs, right?
Yeah, but like the
manual
fact that
labor.
it's synonymous
Obviously,
with black
yeah,
people is kind of racist, right? I mean,
sure, yeah. By way of defense, I think that I think that he might just as easily say like, blue collar white jobs or something. I think I could see him saying that too. But again, we're racializing this. The truth is there's all kinds of people of all races working in all kinds of jobs, union, non-union, college educated, high school dropout. You got whites, blacks, Latinos, everybody. I don't know. But yeah, but your thoughts about it obviously is, yeah.
well, I also I love the verbal like ending there where he's like, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're gonna see something that's going to be the worst in history. It's like that's so vague and threatening. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, he's got this, he loves superlatives, right? Like, this is the worst that's ever been. It's never seen anything like. It's amazing. It's the best. It's perfect.
Beautiful.
It was perfect. He didn't have to do anything. It was perfect. And then he ruined it. It's the worst. It's just like, okay, take a Xanax. I don't know. Take it down a notch. But Biden responds, there was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs. God damn it with the numbers. Thousands of millions. What?
Oh, God. The trillionaires better watch out.
Yeah. There's a lot going on. But on inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic. Okay. Strong response from Biden there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, okay, to be fair, he didn't cause the pandemic, but he made it worse. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, yeah. And yes, that is directly what precipitated. And then, of course, handing out, some people are saying, the checks, the government checks coming to everybody. Some people say that contributed to inflation. I'm not an economics guy. I don't know exactly. I know there was price gouging going on when the checks came out also in response. People thought people had more money, so they raised prices on certain items. But Trump sent out more money by check than Biden did, unfortunately. So, yeah. Other thoughts on that? On, I don't know, black jobs?
What a disaster of a topic.
Yeah, to be fair, he said Hispanic jobs too. So, he's I don't know. I don't even know what to finish that sentence with. Okay, next one was climate crisis.
Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job. Great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population. because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs. And it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing with the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. I immediately joined it, because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money, because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before, insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs, because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to? The United States can't get its pollution under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
President Trump gives an answer. Dana Bash says, 38 seconds left, President Trump. Will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis? He didn't answer the question, basically. So then he says this bizarre thing. He says, so I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air. And we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we did. And we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
Citation needed.
Yeah. And I've mentioned before, Trump has a weird thing with like water and like,
yes.
The toilets, the water pressure in the showers or the sinks, the toilets don't flush.
Yep.
They're not flushing strongly enough, nuking the hurricane, changing the directions of hurricanes.
Sweeping
recently
the
he was asked about, he was talking to the car manufacturers about electric vehicles and how if your car goes in the ocean and there's a shark swimming 50 yards away and your car is sinking in the water and the battery's about to hit the water, and if you jump in the water, you're going to get electrocuted, or you could jump farther and be eaten by the shark. And Donald Trump is deathly afraid of sharks, so he would rather be electrocuted.
Because of MIT, my relationship to MIT, very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now who really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark. So we're going to end that. We're going to end it for boats. We're going to end it for trucks.
There's just so much weird stuff with water with him. So
it is. Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about. We had H2O. We had the best water, clean air, absolutely immaculate clean water, absolutely clean air. That's not policy.
No.
This is like I don't know.
It's like a
aesthetic vision.
Yeah. He is a germaphobe too. So, I mean, I know that he has a thing with purity. So.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So, let's see. Biden starts talking about, I guess he's talking about the climate stuff. He says, he brings up black colleges. I don't know why he's bringing this up with regard to the climate, but he says HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing what any white student can do. They just have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. Okay, I don't know what this has to do with climate change, but okay. He talks at, Trump, he pulled us out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach for 1.5 degrees Celsius at any point, well, there's no way back. Okay. So now he's back on that topic.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is blaming, it's going to cost us trillions and China pays nothing, Russia pays nothing. Later, Biden starts talking about prescription drugs also. I don't know how this is related to the climate. Okay, he says, and by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for. One voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay. Dana Bash says, thank you. Biden says, and by the way, there's a pregnant pause, and then Jake Tapper says, so every day millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For the older, so I don't know why he said, he began the paragraph with by the way, and then she says, thank you for his answer. And he says, and then by the way, and then he doesn't say anything else. Bizarre. Just another senior moment, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, they talk about, let's see, Social Security, stuff like that.
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And under the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
Biden says we're going to pay for Social Security by raising taxes on the wealthy, right? The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I begin to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond, and to be able to guarantee the program for life. Finished. And then Jake Tepper says, so you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think would be able to help to keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough? He says, well, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, Okay. So again, he gives his answer and then like, can you tell us more? 80 some seconds left. I guess that's quite a big gap, I guess. But yeah.
More than a minute, yeah.
Yeah. Trump, let's see. Social Security, all this stuff. Then they go to Trump. Okay, so I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. So, and about so many things too, other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, 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 Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. And everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it. I don't know. Millions of people are pouring into our country. They're putting them on Social Security. They're putting on Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. Our veterans are living on the streets, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen any such anger in our country before. Just, incoherent, rambling, mixing up things. I don't know. Just bizarre. And yeah, anyways, then I think they move on to childcare. Did you have anything else about Medicare, Medicaid, funding Social Security? I guess was the broad topic.
We're so far from the topic at this point. No, I think that's probably good.
Yeah. All right, Bob, we're at page 28 out of 38 here. We're closing in. Okay, we're closing in on our conclusions. Next topic is childcare.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history, one through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are very important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden.
Trump has a bizarre rant about firing people.
Mm-hmm.
He says, the other thing is he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He's the worst president. He just said it about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. It goes on, but just this, he never fires anybody. I fired people, just, it's weird. It's very weird.
Yes, extremely.
I mean, I know this is his thing going back to like the 80s or whatever. You're fired, The Apprentice. Oh, I fired you. I fired Celebrity Apprentice. I fired my friends. Like this has been Trump's thing since the 80s, firing people. But yeah. Anyways.
There's a tagline in there.
Yeah. Trump continues. Number 2, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go ahead. 159 or 58. Don't hold me on the exact number. Presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they are wrong, but that's what they voted. Okay. Okay, so Jake Tapper asked Trump again. They're supposed to be talking about childcare, right? Remember, that's our topic. Hello?
Yes, childcare.
So they're talking about who's the best and who's the worst and firing people about childcare. Let's see. So then Jake Tapper says, "Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what you would do to make childcare more affordable. If you want to take your minute." And Trump says, "Just so you understand, we have polling. We have other things they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, yes, I'll show you. I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay?" And then he goes on, if I'm given another 4 years, I'll be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us, cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes. Nobody's ever heard of this before. All my life, I grew up, I see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When they cut taxes, as I did, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into the country. Okay, there's no child care. He's been given another minute to try to answer the original question about child care. He's like, I'm the best. He's the worst. It's obvious. Then Biden responds. He's talking about taxes too, raising for people over 400,000 only. Okay, they're both off topic. Okay. Next topic is drugs.
Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where he paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
He's about to call Biden the Manchurian candidate. I remember that.
Yeah. Okay. Trump. Okay, so Trump's got an answer here again. There's Manchurian candidate. Nothing about drugs here.
Nope.
Question is about drugs. Okay, so what will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need? Okay, we have the biggest deficit in history under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. He's afraid to deal with them or something. Tariffs, China, too much money, tremendous. We saved our steel industry. More to come. He hasn't done that. Doesn't cut the tariffs. Too much money. Deficit in history. Largest. Worst situation with China. China was going to own us. They're killing us. You're destroying our country. Okay, there's nothing really on drugs here.
Nope.
I mean, I suppose what he's hinting at is that there's this idea that China exports the precursors to making fentanyl to Mexico, and the Mexicans make the fentanyl, and this, this is the argument he should be making, right? Like, this is what he's talking about theoretically. So President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need? Jake, we were doing very well in addiction until the COVID thing came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country in every way. And then we had it tough. It was drugs pouring across the border. Okay. We got great equipment. Okay, so finally he's talking about drugs. We got great equipment. Here's my favorite line of the debate. We bought the certain dog. That's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers. Have you ever seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low. Because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways, but the amount of drugs and human trafficking and women coming across the border, the worst thing I've ever seen at numbers. Nobody's ever seen him because the border is so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far. Okay. I love that line. We bought the certain dog. That's such a weird line. Okay, they asked Biden, fentanyl, byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. Okay, so he's on topic at least from the get-go.
Right.
They're starting to get back on topic. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, then we're moving along here. I think the next one was, did you have anything about the drugs?
No. Although Trump did offer to take a drug test before the debate, though, I saw.
I've seen it speculated. He was demanding that Biden have to take a drug test before the debate.
Yeah, right.
Some people are saying maybe Biden was so spooked by that. That's why his performance was so low this time. Didn't take the drugs just because.
Should have juiced up.
Yeah, the paranoia got him this time, I guess.
All right.
Yeah. Let's see. Then we're getting to everybody's favorite topic in America in these hard times: golf.
Of course.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 50 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children.
Okay, so this question. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve? Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And you know, we knock on wood, wherever we may have wood. That's what she said. That I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm in as good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy, when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace them. Thank you. President Biden, you're going to see he's 6'5" and only 225 pounds or 235 pounds. Trump says something inaudible. Biden says, well, you said 6'4", 200. Trump says something inaudible. Well, anyway, just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And by the way, I've told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it? And Trump says, that's the biggest lie, that he's a 6 handicap of all. Biden says, I was 8 handicap. Trump says, yeah. Biden says, 8. But I have, you know how many? Trump says, I've seen your swing. I know your swing. There's a bunch of crosstalk. And Dana Bash says, President Trump, we're going to. And Trump says, let's not act like children. Biden says, you're a child. Wow. It's pretty bad when Trump can say, let's not act like children.
Yeah, right. That's
like, I mean, like he almost sounds like the reasonable one, although he's the one who's brought up the golf, I think, or something. So this is, I mean, but like he can bring up the wrong topic, talk about a stupid topic, make Biden look like a child or an idiot, and then he comes out looking like, oh, let's be reasonable here.
Yeah, right. Also, could Joe Biden carry his own golf bag? That seems unlikely.
That's he's got the whole Scranton Joe Tough Guy act, corn pop.
I owe you all. I owe this neighborhood. I learned so much. I was a kid from suburbia. I lived out in Mayfield in a split-level home with my grandpop living with us and in a 3-bedroom home with 4 kids, my grandpop. And folks, when it's a whole 100 years ago, but I was a senior in high school, and Przicki turned out to be a great athlete at the University of Delaware, but I was runner-up the state scoring championship here in football. I wasn't bad either. And but I wanted to get more involved, and I realized I lived in a neighborhood where I'd turn on the television, and I'd see and listen to Dr. King and others. But I didn't know any black people. No, I really didn't. You didn't know any white people either. That's the truth. So I wanted to work here. And there's my daughter, Ashley. Come on up here, Ash. And so what I did was I came down and I applied to the city of Wilmington for a job. And I was the only white employee here. And I learned so much. I learned that folks that I work with, like Spencer Henry and Lafayette Jackson and a whole range of people, Jamie Rolls, a lot of great people who are my fellow lifeguards. There were 13 of us. I learned that they treated me as an equal. We used to go in what was not as modern as that. We used to go in the key room at lunchtime after a free swim and sit on the floor because it was nice and cool. And remember Boom Boom Cannon and a few other guys that worked here as well. And we sit there and we talk, and they'd ask me questions because I really was the only white guy they really knew. And they'd ask me questions about everything, I mean, things that just startled me. I remember one time, I won't mention which lifeguard, said, do I have a jerry can, a 5-gallon can for gasoline? And I said, no, I don't. I said, but what do you need it for? He said, we're going down to see my grandmama in North Carolina. We can't stop at most gas stations. They won't let us stop at most gas stations. I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and there weren't allowed to, there was a 3-meter board. And if you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did. And back in those days, to show how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, hey, Esther, you, off the board, or I'll come up and drag you off. Well, he came off, and he said, I'll meet you outside. My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There was a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, what am I going to do? He said, come down here in the basement where mechanics, where all the pool filter is. You know the chain, there used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head. I said, you kidding me? He said, no, if you don't come back. And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And they had, in those days, you used to remember the straight razor. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, first of all, I said, when I tell you to get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again, but I shouldn't have called you Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, you apologize to me? I said, I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, close the straight razor, and my heart began to beat again. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw that made me aware when I was in law school. Proudly for Holloway. Proudly for your dad. First African-American state senator in the state of Delaware. Everything about. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come. So it's turning. And I tell you what, the men, they're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time, they're all good men. Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And Earl Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender. I came back to Delaware and I got a fancy job with the oldest law firm in the state. But the city was burning. It was burning down here. And I couldn't do it. So I quit and became a public defender. And the first trial I had, I walked into court as a public defender with another guy named Eddie Sobosinski, a defender. I'd only been admitted to the bar 1 week. And Earl Larkin was in chains around his ankles and on his wrist, and they were chained together, so on a belt. And he said, who's going to try the Larkin case? I just got started. And he was aptly named. His name was Judge Stiftel. And he said, Sobosinski said, well, that's my colleague. He just joined the public defender's office. He said, will you, in fact, defend him? So she turned to Larkin and said, he'll defend you. I said, whoa, Your Honor. I know nothing about the case. He said, I'll give you it till tomorrow, but you draw the jury today. And he looked at Larkin and he said, you mind if he represents you? And I'll never forget what he said. I learned a lot. He said, and I mean it sincerely. He looked at me and he said, one hunky's just as bad as any other. I'll take whoever you send me. And here's what I want to tell you about Earl. Here's what I want to tell you about the neighborhood and the heart. I defended him. He got beat up right on the other side of the field here. He walked along the tracks. He was a sailor in a sailor's uniform, the guy who he beat up and robbed. And so I thought he was innocent. I kept the jury out 5 hours, but they convicted him. And I felt so bad. So I go down to the old prison all the time. They had little wooden tables and two little chairs in a big dome you'd sit under where you'd be interviewed. And I was sitting there, Councilwoman, and the third time saying, I'm appealing this case. And finally he took the table and he flipped it up and he said, jumped up, and the guards came and grabbed him. He said, don't you understand, Joe? I did it. I did it. But here's the point. He cared about me. This is a man who saw me bleeding because I saw this guy going to jail and I thought he was innocent. There's character, even in great problems. There's so much character in this neighborhood. There was so much character back then, too. So many people didn't get a shot. So many people didn't get a shot. Who could be standing right where Lisa's standing today, a lot earlier, could be standing where I'm standing today. Let me end by saying, I was a pretty darn good lifeguard. Yeah, man. I taught swimming, too. And I remember going over, we used to play the other pools, and we played basketball at lunchtime, remember? We went over to Riverside, we played. And someone on the other team threw the ball to me by accident. And they looked at me and said, oh, God, I thought you were on my team. I'm thinking, I'm the only white boy within 20 miles. Remember, I'd get invited down to Baby Grand. I walk in and say, who's this guy? And they say, he's ours. He's ours. You've always had my back. The neighborhood's always had my back. And God willing, I've always had your back. And I'll always have it as long as I'm around. I love you. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. And if I were still a lifeguard, I'd say, time to get in the pool. Thanks, everybody. And Councilwoman, thank you so, so much for this honor. Thank you. So how you guys doing? Who here is going to be president someday? Raise your hand. All right. I'll tell you one more story on the way out. You know what? There was a guy, when I first started, black folks weren't even allowed to vote very easily. That's how long ago it was. And guess what I got to do? 8 years ago, I got to be in the Wilmington train station, looking over the 3rd Street Bridge that had been burned to the ground, most of it, thinking nothing was ever going to get any better 40 years ago, waiting for a black man to pick me up, to take me 124 miles to be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States. That's progress. We can make more. God love you all
that stuff. But like, yeah, I would doubt that he would be carrying his own stuff around a 18-hole. I'm not a golfer, but like, you know, yeah, the frailty on display. I know what he's trying to go for. He's trying to go for, I'm a tough man of the people, and you're just this, like, you know, New York, you know, wealthy billionaire riding a golf cart, etc. Again, we're so lost in the sauce here. It's so hard to keep track of what the question was. And then Dana Dash, like, President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up question, the question was, will you accept the results of this election regardless of who wins?
Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol,
and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, You can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
Trump says, just to finish up what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knows not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. More stuff about Russia, Ukraine. Yeah. And then finally it comes back, Dana Bash. President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please. If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. That if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, and we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. Biden says, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Trump says, we'll see. Biden says, let's see, you're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continue to appeal to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none, but you continue to promote this lie that somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all the stealing. There's no evidence of that at all. I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea that if you lose again, you're accepting anything. You can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time. Okay. Let me take a break. That was kind of, then they went to the final statements. So pretty strong finish there from Biden, kind of calling Trump a whiner and stuff. Okay, yeah.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credit that people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, They couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden.
Biden says a lot of things in his closing statement. One of the last things he says, I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. Has there been any action in Michigan yet? Like, you've been president for 4 years. Have they replaced the pipes in Michigan? Right?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think Flint has been dealt with yet.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, you're the president. You can talk about future promises, but like, why? Okay, I know you're having problems in Michigan right now, right, because of Israel-Palestine, but why bring up the thing that you haven't taken any action on for the past 4 years and talk about what you're going to do in the future, right? That only highlights the fact that you haven't done it yet, right?
Right.
Then they go to Trump for his closing statement. Trump says, we didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that that would have never happened. It should have never happened. October 7th. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Ukraine would have never happened. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. Okay, more big numbers. And then finally, when he comes to the conclusion, he says, so all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again. Dana Bash says, thank you, former President Donald Trump. Okay. That was, so he got the final word, and he got, as I mentioned before, he got to say his tagline right at the end of the speech. So, yeah, it's, not good for Biden.
No. And so apparently they have replaced the lead pipes in Flint.
Oh, did they? Okay, well then, well, I'm a daily news consumer in an adjoining state, from an adjoining state to Michigan. Why was I not informed of that?
Yeah.
Why is Biden not touting his own accomplishments there, huh? Like
yeah, as of 2021, so it was during his administration. So
yeah, like, again, this is like, they're taking credit for stupid things like, supporting Netanyahu, and they're not taking credit for actually fixing things like if they did in Flint. Okay, good. That would be good to know.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
See, Bob, this is why I should be on the debate.
You should be.
Because I take something that I don't know and I make it the other person's problem.
Exactly.
I didn't know that fact, and that's a problem for you. That's your mistake. This is like, no, I'm just kidding. I'd be terrible at a debate, I'm sure, but like, and okay, what I want to say is, like, we've gone through the whole debate now, right?
Yep.
And what I feel like I've done, unfortunately, is I've pointed out numerous times where I felt like Biden did make a strong point, because frankly, I think a lot of people, and hey, I've got less love for Biden than most Democrats these days. But I feel like a lot of people were all doom and gloom, and he didn't do anything right, and he fucked up everything. And it's like, there were a couple of points where he said the right thing. Now, he didn't say it forcefully enough a lot of the time, and he sounded weak, and his mouth was agape, and he was kind of whispering like this, I don't know. He had a cold or whatever the excuse is, the cope. But I do want to emphasize this debate, regardless of some points where I think he said the right thing, it was an absolute disaster for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
It did the opposite of whatever they needed it to do.
Yep.
So I don't want to, I think you said it was a disaster, and I said something like, oh, I thought Biden made a couple of good points, but I was like, no, it was a disaster. Absolutely. I don't want to obscure that fact.
Yeah. It was bad, but I mean that brings us to the question: do you think we should push to get him replaced? I mean, from what I can tell, only Biden could, initiate that himself. It would have to come from him to step aside.
Yeah, he's already got pledged delegates, and also, from my understanding, something like $18 million that have been donated to his reelection campaign would not be transferable to another candidate or something.
Well, I've also heard that he could direct that money to be spent however he wanted it to. So if he did decide to drop out and have someone else, he could direct the people that gave to him to give, elsewhere. But yes, I mean, technically it wouldn't be able to directly transfer. That's true. Because it's all caught up in, super PACs and all that kind of stuff. But, the point being that no one else outside of Joe Biden could decide for him that they were replacing him. It would have to come from him that he was stepping aside, which doesn't seem likely at all. So,
okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I would like to see him removed. My concern is that, well, okay. I mean, did we talk about during the primary, things like Cenk Uyghur's abortive presidential primary run?
Yeah, we talked about that last time a little bit. Yeah, he was not actually qualified because he wasn't a natural born citizen or something.
Yeah. Well, whether or not he was qualified or not, I thought that was all foolish and premature. Okay. Because I said I don't think generally parties will countenance a serious challenge when they are the incumbent. Okay. And people can point to times where there were primary challenges, but generally when that happens, that their incumbent loses, right? Whenever there's a serious challenge in a primary, when that party holds the incumbency, they go on to lose that seat. So at the time when the primary was going on, I thought it was foolish. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was, no candidate would countenance, going to the primary debates with other people, in some cases perhaps unqualified. Then, a lot of those people got knocked out, dropped out. The delegates got pledged, etc. And then, October 7th happened, and the Israel response has been what it's been, and Joe Biden's done what it's done. And I'm thinking like this guy's a dinosaur. He's a dying breed of Democrat who has got some real blinders on when it comes to this country and what's going on there. And almost any Democrat might be better on this issue. My concern right now, if they do replace him, is that they're going to find, I think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating that a lot of people don't seem to want it to be Kamala Harris, right? Like, that's the natural thing. Okay, Biden steps down, then Kamala Harris, she's his vice president. But there seems to be this idea that she's too close to him. She's kind of been infected by his fecklessness, perhaps, or something, or she's not very popular. Like, we made her the vice president to kind of satisfy some constituencies, but nobody actually ever would have really voted for her for president popularly. So we don't really
she
want
did do very well in the primaries. I will say that.
So I'm sorry, say again.
Oh, I was just saying she did not do very well in the primaries when she did run against Biden.
That's my point. I think that's the point, is that, like, and I think that's another thing. It's like with the Democrats, it's like, like, okay, here, think about this. Bernie Sanders was dominating the primary for the first couple states in 2020, right? Or 2019. And then before South Carolina.
Right.
Like Bernie had won like the first 3 or 4 states, right? He was burninating the countryside, burninating the peasants. Those who know, who know. So if you know, you know, right? So like he was on fire, but then like when they got to South Carolina, and the who's the guy down there, the Reverend or whatever, who endorsed Biden and said, you know,
are you talking about James Clyburn?
Yeah, and he's been out there making some more, you know, unhelpful statements here recently and stuff, but like he did what he did. South Carolina did what it did. You know, Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg and like 1 or 2 other people dropped out at the same time and all endorsed Biden immediately. And you know, like unfortunately, you know, Bernie Sanders was in the number 1 or number 2 place at that point. But like, you know, what's her name? Oh God, other liberal Bernie Sandersite type.
Nina Turner?
No. God damn it, I don't want to say what Trump calls her. At that moment, if Elizabeth Warren had dropped out and said, I'm putting my people towards Bernie, you know, who knows where we would have been. But okay, my point is, it's getting long-winded, but like, okay, Joe Biden took Kamala Harris as his vice presidential candidate. Why? I don't know. I think it was to satisfy certain constituencies or something, you know. He was the white man who got taken along by the black man, Barack Obama, to lend some credibility to him. And so he takes a black woman along, even better, to lend some credibility to himself with certain groups. But she was never the contender, really. What if Biden had taken Bernie as his vice presidential candidate? Then he's taking, you know, steel sharpens steel, right? Like, you know, you take the best of the center, the best of the left, and then you've got the best 2 candidates unifying the party. But I'm just saying, like, and then in that case, if Biden has to step down, we've got a number 2. Okay, centrist Democrats don't really like him. The mainstream doesn't like him, but he's popular enough that he's certainly going to be able to take on Donald Trump in the election, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what Biden was worried about. Maybe that's why you do choose a vice presidential candidate who's less popular than yourself.
Right.
So, but I don't know. What do you think about this fact that, like, we're talking about replacing the president, and most people are not seriously considering the sitting vice president to take his place, which is probably what would normally happen in this scenario.
Yeah, I just don't think she would be a strong candidate. I mean, she, like I mentioned, didn't do very well in the primaries. That would normally be the first place you'd look for a replacement is, I mean, because that is kind of the vice president's job, is just to be in waiting for this type of scenario, basically. So,
Do you think, what do they call it? Is the K hive?
Yes. Uh-huh.
I mean, do you think the K hive is primarily African American? I don't know. I've heard a lot of black people call her, you know, she's a cop, right? She's a former prosecutor.
I've heard that too. I mean, yeah, and that's the other thing too, is that she's not an
I've seen her. I'm just saying, I've seen her do a lot of code switching. That's not very believable. Doesn't sound genuine. I've heard her talking about, like, oh sure, yeah, you know, I smoked marijuana in college. We used to sit around and listen to Snoop Doggy Dogg. And then it comes out like she graduated university before Snoop Doggy Dogg was popular. It's like,
I know. Yeah.
What are you? Okay, you're trying to be a certain type of person in a certain area, and you're clearly just not. Like, I think I don't think that there would be a huge uproar in the African American community writ large if she was stepped over in this case. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. I think there's certain types of people who might complain about it. I don't know that they would be the types we might expect. But that's my speculation. I don't know. I don't know that her, you know, I've seen her have interactions with like Charlemagne the God, which were just very cringe.
Who's the superhero that's going to speak against Joe Manchin? No. I want to know who's the real president of this country. Is it Joe Biden or Joe Manchin?
I'm sorry. I interrupted. I don't think the vice president can hear you. It's Simone. I'm so sorry, Charlamagne. We have to wrap.
She can hear me.
You can hear me? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me, Madam Vice
Okay, so
President?
I'm sorry, we got to wrap.
Oh.
So I'm sorry to interrupt.
They're acting like they can't hear me. Y'all see that?
I can hear you.
Oh, so who's the
I
real?
can hear you.
So who's the real president of this country? Is it Joe Manchin or Joe Biden, Madam Vice President?
Come on, Charlamagne.
Come
on, it's Joe Biden.
I can't tell sometimes.
No. It's Joe Biden, and don't start talking like a Republican about asking whether or not he's president.
Do you think Joe Manchin is a problem?
It's Joe Biden, and I'm vice president, and my name is Kamala Harris. And the reality is, because we are in office, we do the things like the child tax credit, which is going to reduce black child poverty by 50%, on track to do that. We do things that are about saying that our Department of Justice is going to do these investigations and require that we end chokeholds and have body cameras. It is the work of saying we're going to get lead out of pipes and paint because our babies are suffering because of that. It is the work of saying people who ride public transit deserve the same kind of dignity that anybody else does. So let's improve that system. It is the work of saying that we have got to bring down prescription drug costs because folks who have diabetes should not be dying because they don't have enough money in their pocket. It's about saying black maternal mortality is a real issue that must be treated by everybody, including the White House, as a serious issue. I hear the frustration, but let's not deny the impact that we've had and agree also that there is a whole lot more work to be done. And it is not easy to do, but we will not give up, and I will not give up.
I just want you to know that Madam Vice President, that Kamala Harris, that's the one I like. That's the one that was putting the pressure on people in Senate hearings. That's the one I'd like to see more often out here in these streets. Thank you for joining us, Madam Vice President.
I'm glad to be with you.
Absolutely. Appreciate you. Give Maya my love too, and Doug.
All right, you take care. Give your family my love. I want to see those babies.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And it was very clear that she was trying to seem like, hey, I'm just one of y'all. And it's like, no, not really.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't really know. Yeah, she's not an unproblematic figure, let's say. She's definitely got a history of, and that definitely came up during the primaries too. I remember the history of her with the, prosecutions of drug offenders.
Marijuana. Yeah.
That was a big issue, and that's not going to go away if she becomes the candidate again. So.
Yeah, I don't within the Democratic group. I don't know who the K-Hive is. Right? Okay, I don't know who they are. It'd be interesting to see some demographic information, some crosstabs on who's in that group, because I can't imagine getting very impassioned about her on positions or whatever. I don't know what her positions would be that would, I mean, the only thing I can remember about her from the primary, basically, and God knows we covered the primaries last time, but was I was that girl. I was the girl on the bus and against Joe Biden. Right. So her strongest moment was attacking Joe Biden. What's she been doing the past 4 years? Supporting and defending Joe Biden at every step of the way. Mm-hmm. So what does she believe? I don't know. What is she about? I don't know. I don't know. Clearly the thing she got very self-righteous about during the primary didn't ultimately really matter to her. So what's left? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, okay, I am curious. I think there are a few people in the Democratic Party who are as hard line on the Israel policy as Joe Biden has been. And if she was more reasonable on that, I'd be very curious to. I think often in the African American community, there's a different perspective on Israel and Palestine, and in some cases there's some anti-Semitism in the Black community too. But for example, I believe even during the Bush administration, I think Condoleezza Rice was actually I think she had some academic background on Israel and Palestine. I don't think that she was exactly as much of a can we say neoconservative as a lot of the other members of the W administration were. So I don't know if I could see some daylight between her and Biden on Israel-Palestine. The problem is, I think anybody that they want to replace Biden with is going to have to say, "Oh, Biden did everything great. I don't want to do anything different than Biden." You know, I'm worried that they're going to have to kind of like toe the line.
Yeah. I guess the big thing would be then you could paint Trump as the older candidate because whoever they would pick would obviously be younger.
Yeah. But I think the problem is it doesn't stick to him, though, because he's already demonstrated his vitality just in this debate, even.
True.
Right. By dominating our guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I think one thing I don't want to, reading long quotes and reading them in my own voice doesn't really do them justice, because I think you do need to insert a lot of them there because, again, the tone that Biden was reading them in was not a strong sounding tone most of the time. And you do have to not only, they say the Kennedy-Nixon debate, people who listened to it on the radio thought Nixon won and people who watched TV thought Kennedy won. Okay, well, whether you listen to the debate on a podcast or whether you watch the debate on YouTube or wherever, CNN, in both cases, no matter what you see, I think in everything except reading words off the page, you're going to see Biden losing.
Yep.
So I don't want that to be, overlooked, I guess. Frankly, Joe Biden should just throw him in jail. Say, hey, you're a traitor to the country. You led a coup against the country. And as a president, I am jailing you now. And as a president, that is my right. I don't know anything else, Bob. Just the craziness of all this crazy,
Yeah.
I know we skipped a lot of the Republican primary debates, but again, I didn't think there was anything serious about them.
There's no point.
With Israel-Palestine was going on, and these people are all auditioning to be Trump's vice president, which has not even been announced yet who that would be. So,
yeah. Well, the next one's not till September, but that's probably fine. So, I don't know that we need much more of this as a country right now.
Well, I think there's so many questions right now. Will Biden still be the candidate?
Yeah.
Will Biden continue to be committed to doing another debate, even though he's already committed to it? He could back out and say,
he
no,
can't
I'm not
back out
do it.
now, can he? I mean, that would look terrible. That would look even worse.
They asked Donald Trump if he would endorse other candidates if he didn't win the primary, and he says no. If Joe Biden doesn't want to do the debate, he can just say no, right? He doesn't have to do it.
Yeah.
But he said, I think he said he would do another debate, but like considering that his abysmal numbers already have dropped even further after this debate, like if you're a Biden staffer, it's like political malpractice to let him do another debate almost. I mean, there's no guarantee that he's going to win. There's a great chance he's going to lose. I think, in the minutes and the hours and the day or 2 days after this debate last Thursday, there was a clarity amongst a lot of commentators saying Joe Biden is finished. Joe Biden needs to get out. Joe Biden needs to get out. And after about 48 hours, the quote unquote sanity returned to the Democratic parties and commentators. And they were like, well, it'd be hard and we don't know if we can. And maybe Joe Biden can do it. And he had that teleprompter scripted event with his wife and he looked a little bit tougher the next day with the teleprompter. Maybe he can still do it. Like the Democratic Party had come to its senses and resolved finally to lose the election, basically. That's what I'm afraid. So
seems like it.
Yeah. And if they're betting something that may eventually be deemed a genocide, again, I know that's a controversial term. I'm not so sure they don't deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Trump wouldn't be worse in every respect, but I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
Anyway.
Anyways, it's kind of a dark place to leave things.
So, any new music, Cha, you've been listening to?
Oh, I went to see Mozart's Requiem 2 weeks ago, performed by like an orchestra. Yeah, it's not really my kind of music, I guess. I don't know. One of the songs, Lacrimosa, was actually the song from The Big Lebowski, where Mr. Lebowski is secluded in the West Wing.
Hmm. Yes, I know which one you mean.
Yeah. What makes a man? Jeffrey Lebowski. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Joking, but perhaps you're right. Yeah, that whole scene. So anyways, I saw that. Again, not really my type of music. What have I been listening to lately? God. Unfortunately, when I'm walking around, I'm usually listening to podcasts or YouTube, I guess, if I'm not doing other things. But I don't know. Like if I hear a song I want to listen to, I Shazam it frequently. So I'm always Shazamming things. Yeah, one song that I got stuck in my head a few days ago was "Slow Hands" by Niall Horan. I don't know who that guy is, but like I think that song was popular when I was back in 2022. Like it's always interesting when I go back to America for like 1 month, like just whatever's on the radio for that month I hear it a gazillion times and it gets stuck in my head. And then like whenever I hear those songs later over in Korea, it's like, oh yeah, this was 2017, this was 2014, this was 2022. You know, it becomes very specific to me exactly when that song was popular.
It's like a snapshot of popular culture.
Yeah. It's enjoyable. Like I enjoy listening to just pop music. Like whenever I'm back in America, just turn on the pop radio and pop and rap a little bit, whatever's hot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think songs for noraebang, singing rooms. It's hard to decide. Like when you go to a singing room in Korea, which I've done a couple times in the last like 6 months or something, and it's always hard to choose a song because like it's.
Singing room? You mean karaoke?
Yeah, but Koreans call it noraebang. Nore is like sing or song, and then bang is room. Yeah,
singing room. That's funny.
Yeah, so they're popular, very popular here. So it's like, but it's always hard to choose a song because you got to choose a song that sounds good, has the right mood, that you know the lyrics to, which is sometimes you think you know the lyrics and then you get like 30 seconds in the song, you're like, oh shit, I don't. The lyrics are on the screen, but if you don't know exactly where they go in the song, it gets embarrassing really fast.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, and it's hard, and it's like I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, so I've been trying to put together lists of songs or something that I would use to go to the noraebang, like that I just have them on my phone. So I'm like, okay, I'm in a noraebang situation. Okay, these are the songs these are my go-tos. One is Sting's Englishman in New York. That's always a good one. It's kind of like,
that's a good one.
The fish out of water, you're living overseas. It's got a nice vibe to it. If you're noraebanging with British people, they love it. So that's an old faithful for me.
Nice. Yeah, that was if you ever watched the Tiny Desk concert with Sting, he has a duet with Shaggy, of all people, on that song.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a good
one. Yeah, the other day or a few weeks ago or whatever, I did one, Rolling Stones' Honky Tonk Woman.
Nice.
That was a wild hit, I think. And I chose that one kind of as a joke because there's a town in southern part of Korea called Gimhae. Okay, so in the song he says, it was a honky tonk woman, Gimhae, 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 a honky tonk blue, like that. So he's saying that it was a honky tonk woman that gave me the honky tonk blues, but he says gimme, 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 Gimhae, gimme, gimme. So it sounds like the city name of Gimhae. So it's kind of funny for Koreans to hear it too. It's kind of like an interlanguage joke, I guess. So yeah, I would say Slow Hands, Englishman in New York, and Honky Tonk Woman, in no particular order.
That's quite a mixed bag you got there.
Yeah, these are. And I'm trying to think. I mean, there are other songs that I Shazam regularly, and I'm like, oh, I like this song. I like this song, but I don't really pay attention to who sings them or what their names are necessarily. So I don't have them all with me right offhand. But yeah. Okay. Any recommendations there?
With music, gee, I don't know. I'm probably the wrong person to ask about that. I listen to a lot of Disney soundtracks these days. So.
Oh no. Yeah, that's that's not the way I would go, but okay. Yeah, I guess with kids.
Yeah, well, you don't have 4 children, so.
That we know about. No, yeah, I don't. Pretty sure. Yeah. So, yeah. All right, Disney it is, huh?
Yep, mostly.
Yeah, it's always interesting too, like when you look back at Disney movies and you realize who was in them. Like, I don't know why actors do animated movies because I never remember who was in them, right? Like, you look back and it's like, oh, did you know the genie was Robin Williams? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's interesting, but like I didn't really know that my entire childhood.
Really?
The genie was the genie. I didn't really know who was playing him.
Huh. Yeah, no,
So,
I'm sure voice acting's a good gig though. Like if you're an
yeah,
actor.
you probably get a lot of money, but like I mean, but also like if I'm making these movies, okay, let's say I'm not Disney. Let's say I'm like lower budget than that, and I don't have the money cannon to aim at whichever actor or actress I want. Like, wouldn't it be better just to get like a qualified voice actor who's a no name and pay them a reasonable amount rather than like pay a shit ton of money, no doubt, to buy out an A-list celebrity that the kids are never going to know was in the movie anyways?
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I I don't make children's movies, so maybe it's not. This is certainly not my area of expertise. But I'm just like I've seen the cast list for a couple of movies that I saw when I was a kid, and it was like, oh my god, that's A-list. Oh my god, I love that person. They're in so many good movies, and I'm like,
yeah,
why did I not know for like 30 years these people were even in this movie? That seems like a horrific waste of resources for somebody.
Yeah, right. Definitely leads to a lot of like mixed bag casts that you never would expect, like Danny Trejo and Lindsay Lohan in.
Yeah, and also but at the same time, like there's some people who they have such a distinctive voice that it's like the character is not even the character in the movie; it's just that person being themselves, right? Like sometimes that happens too.
Yeah, like if you've, I know you probably haven't, but the Inside Out movies, we just watched the second one at the drive-in. But the anger is played by Lewis Black, the comedian. And
okay.
So, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But you're right. It's just kind of them playing themselves. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw the first one of those movies because like everybody said, oh no, this is not just a good for an animated movie. This is a good movie. Like, okay. So after a couple of years, I got around to watching Inside Out. I didn't love it. I didn't like it. I didn't even think I liked it as much as like the Disney movies I saw when I was a kid, like, Lion King or The Little Mermaid or something. I don't know. So now the second one or the third one is out or something. What's going on?
The second one is out.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's pretty good on the spectrum of kids. I've seen a lot more kid movies than you have lately, probably, but on the spectrum of kids movies, it's definitely not the worst.
Okay. All right. But
I'm not going to recommend it to somebody without kids. That's not. I wouldn't go that far.
To paraphrase, as good as it gets, I'd be the luckiest man in the world if that did it for me. So.
No, there's more adult movies that you can probably find that would be more your liking.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think if I've seen anything good lately. I realized I've watched a lot of movies, but I didn't see some of the classic slasher movies. So last week I watched Nightmare on Elm Street original and Friday the 13th original because like as much as I love like Scream and a bunch of these 90s and stuff horror movies, and I've seen Halloween before too and stuff like that, but I'd never seen these two kind of iconic originators from the early 1980s of the entire slasher genre. So I went back and watched the originals. Looking forward to seeing some of the sequels too, although I've heard that they're really mixed bags. So
yeah, I've not seen any of those actually. I need to.
Yeah, Ash probably has. I know she likes Scream. I don't know if she likes all the other slashers too.
Yeah.
So I would say Friday the 13th is better, I thought, than Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay. Which one has Freddy?
Freddy is Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay.
Also has Johnny Depp, I think, in his first performance there. Although Friday the 13th has Kevin Bacon, I think, in his first performance. Maybe. So, couple, mainstays of Hollywood these days got their starts 1981, 1984, irrespectively, I believe. Yeah, anyways, yeah. So that's kind of what I've been watching.
Cool. Well, I'll check those out in the moments before I close my eyes at night when there's no children around.
Yes, scary movies right before bed is always a good idea.
Oh,
Although
yeah.
these ones are actually really not that scary. Like, even the jump scares aren't that scary in these two movies. And I do think, Nightmare on Elm Street was like just a lot more cheesy, a lot cheesier.
Mm.
Friday the 13th, the attack at this you'd like it because you were in that whole Waycross thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a Forest Lake camp in, like, where was it? New Jersey, Pennsylvania, I don't know, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, or it's somewhere in the Northeast. I forget exactly where, but yeah. But that kind of thing, that kind of, children's camp.
Yeah. The most recent scary movie we watched was Five Nights at Freddy's.
Okay. Yeah, it's based on like that stupid game or something, right?
I was going to ask you if you'd play that game.
I haven't played it, but like probably some of the kids that I was teaching 10 years ago would have it on their phone sometimes. And then, I don't know. It looks like you're just kind of wandering around some like creepy little building with kind of still images, and you're trying to do these puzzles, but then sometimes a monster jumps out and kills you for no reason. And I don't know. There didn't seem to be a lot of rhyme or reason to it to me. So, but yeah, I'm aware of it. Was the movie any good? I doubt it was much.
It was okay. I'd never played the game, so I wasn't aware of all the like backstory. I mean, apparently it was pretty popular. I mean, it was popular enough to be made in a movie, but
okay.
Yeah. It was pretty creepy. It wasn't bad. But yeah, I didn't know if since you're a person that plays video games more than me, I didn't know if you'd been down that road.
Yeah, I tend to avoid the cell phone casual market as much as possible. I've got a gaming PC now, so I'm kind of like on the whole Steam thing now with an Xbox controller. And it's, there's a lot of sales and stuff. So there's some, I tell you one game that I played about 2 weeks ago that I got on discount, which was an outstanding game, I thought, was called Killer Frequency. Actually, Ash would really like this game. In this game, you're like a disgraced like disc jockey for the radio, and you got fired from your job with like 5 million listeners in Chicago, and you've been sent out to the boonies to this like small town radio station, and you work the midnight shift there with this female co-host who you never see. Like, you never see her. She's always kind of in the sound booth or something, right? But anyways, like at the beginning of your shift on this, you've been there for just like a week or two or something. You get a phone call that the sheriff of the town has been murdered, and the deputy sheriff is going to have to drive like 2 hours back and forth to the next town over to get reinforcements. And so she's calling you to let you know that she's rerouting all 911 calls to your radio station that night. So from midnight to like 5 a.m., you're taking all these like phone calls from all these people. Like, some of them are just community members, some of them are local business owners, and some of them are people who are being pursued by this serial killer. And you've got to try to do these puzzles to try to help them stay alive. And like, if you do it well, they can survive maybe, but if you don't, they get killed on the air. And it's like, wow. I don't know. It was really good. In the meantime, you're also like spinning these like kind of 80s vibe style tracks that are not original music, but they sound very 80s. It's really kind of a vibe game. It's quite good.
What's that one called again?
Killer Frequency.
Killer Frequency. I'll check that out. That sounds cool.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know too much else, Bob. I gotta start thinking about bed over here, I guess.
Yeah. Well, thanks for doing this, Chai. I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll definitely have more to talk about here soon, even beyond the debates. So you should come back and we'll do another State of the World podcast after too long. So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot going on, obviously. So would do it for sure.
Awesome.
And anyways, I do not envy you your editing duties here, but again, I do hope you can get it out reasonably quickly, just because these debates are such time sensitive things in a way, and I know the hot takes have already all been had basically, but I do think we go in depth in a way that a lot of people don't.
Yeah. Well, it'll be out on Friday. I've been doing these every week again, and I also started a Substack too, so you should subscribe every Friday.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try. I think I saw your first Substack, but I don't know. Do I subscribe with my email, or how does that work?
Yeah, just put your email in when you get to the homepage there. I'll send you a link. I'll put it in the notes too. So, but I've been sending them out and doing them every time I have a podcast on Fridays, and I talk about what we talk about. So I'm finally doing the thing you told me to do, describing what's in the podcast. So,
okay, yeah, I've been aware of Substacks for a long time, but I thought they were always pay, and then I also wasn't really sure how to. It's kind of like Patreon. I don't even know how to sign up, but yeah, I'll look into it for sure.
Yeah, it's just you can do either pay or free. I have both, and just put your email in. So.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, we'll do. All right. Well, anyways, good luck with the editing job. Yeah, good luck.
All right, cool.
All right. Well, have a good day there, Bob.
Yeah, you too. I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. All right, later on. Bye-bye.
Bye.